Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cropper here with Onar. We're going to be discussing God of the Gaps, Materialism of the Gaps, referencing this band TED Talk, The Science Delusion by Rupert Sheldrake. All right, bring us into it, Onar. How do we begin here?
Well, let's start talking about God of the Gaps, which is a known fallacy. It's the proving the existence of God by identifying gaps. So the most famous version of this is in evolution, in creationism, where you say, "Oh, look here, missing link. This proves God." So that's the God of the Gaps fallacy.
And then there was always, we just need to find the missing link to glue everything together. And that's the materialist saying, we're chasing the God of the Gaps away further and further.
Yeah, now it's perfectly reasonable for scientists to say that we expect to find a consistent chain of ancestry like this. That's fine, but what is not fine is when there are materialists like Marxists who say that we don't need to have any form of intelligence or consciousness involved in evolution. That is materialism of the gaps. In other words, they're saying...
Now wait, what do you mean by consciousness involved in evolution? You mean some external God directing it, or do you just mean that consciousness is a factor in the evolving species?
I think of the latter, that consciousness plays a role in evolution, but it may play a role in very strange ways that we have not yet identified. So I'm not talking about like a supernatural God or something like that, but that intelligence and consciousness may play a role. Let me first state the materialist assumption. The materialist assumption is that everything is reductionistic. Everything is the blind watchmaker. There's only random. There's only mutation that has no structure to it.
Right.
There's no consciousness. There's no intelligence. Everything is just lots of random and then selection of random stuff. Whereas in reality, we know that we are conscious and we are intelligent. If we are not an example of intelligence, then intelligence has no meaning. And we evolve through natural selection. So if we can evolve through natural selection, that you can start with something that's not intelligent and not conscious, and you end up with something like us, why can't you do the same with the mechanism of evolution? That evolution evolves more to become more intelligent. Like sexual reproduction is an example of a more intelligent form of evolution.
Yeah, and it's not Darwinian, but it comes from Darwinian evolution. It's not.
It is Darwinian in the sense of modified descent, but it's not the Marxist version. It's not the materialist version.
Right. Well, when I say it's not, let's see, that was too strong of a claim. So, go ahead.
It's not materialist. Like the idea that you can always say that consciousness never plays a role, intelligence never plays a role in biology. That is an ideological belief. And like we know, for instance, that sexual selection involves conscious beings that make selections of who gets to breed. Like women choose which men gets to pass on their genes, and they're using their consciousness and their intelligence for doing so.
And there's more change is happening in a woman and a man mating than in a cell dividing.
Yeah.
And if change drives evolution, then this is a way to get changes.
Yes. And so the proper scientific approach to this would be to say, we expect that the theory of natural selection, which is descent, modified descent, common descent, will never be disproven. In other words, no biological entity just appears out of nowhere. It's always born from something before it. That is basically the Darwinian paradigm. But we can't say for sure that we can like reductionism to materialism can explain a lot, but it may not explain all, and there's no reason to expect it to explain everything. We know that sexual reproduction has evolved as a more intelligent and a more effective way of doing evolution. So why shouldn't other intelligent mechanisms and maybe even consciousness play a role, having evolved to evolve evolution?
Now, who rejects these playing a role? You mean is this like Zeben64, the guy who's wondering about Darwinism recently on the channel?
He's the one who's saying that intelligence does play a role. He rejects. He believes he rejects Darwinism because he thinks that Darwinism equals random. And I understand where he gets that belief from, because Richard Dawkins is one of those people who believe in random. And the random mutations can explain everything, the blind watchmaker and so forth. Now, that explains a lot. There's no question about it. But just because it explains a lot doesn't mean that it explains everything. So, for instance, let me give an example of that. 99.999% of the universe is vacuum. It's empty space. So I can make a theory now that say this theory that the universe is empty has been so successful. I can explain almost everything. So therefore, I say, and everything is empty. There's nothing in the universe. Now, then you would say, hold on. That yes, there's a tiny bit of matter in the universe that's not empty. It's actually something there. But that's important. We are made of that stuff. So therefore, that's important. By the same token, like most of the things in the universe are not conscious, but we are conscious and we're aware of that. So we know that this is important, and so we know that it exists, and we know that consciousness is an important part of our lives. So we cannot simply reduce away everything and say that everything is just materialistic. There are other. It can go very far, but even if we can explain 99.9% with materialism, it doesn't mean that we can explain everything. As like our intelligence is an example of that. We can't explain our consciousness as materialism because we're conscious. It's not.
Dan Dennett does a pretty good job.
I'm not impressed by him.
No?
He has a chapter called "Consciousness Explained Away" in his book "Consciousness Explained." Now, that basically summarizes the whole book. When you're trying to explain away a phenomenon that you can directly observe, then you're on the wrong path. Then you're delusional.
How does he explain it away? You mean he just shows that it's just mechanistic and not a thing?
No, he claims that it's just an illusion. It doesn't do anything. And he's using his own consciousness to claim that consciousness doesn't do anything.
He's not a determinist, though, is he?
Well, I think he's a determinist, although he has opened up for compatibilism with free will. He was definitely a staunch determinist before, but has grown more compatibilist lately.
Dan Dennett was a determinist? When was this? I thought he was mad at Sam Harris for trying to spread determinism. He made fun of Sam Harris for, I haven't listened to Dan Dennett for probably a year or more, because he's getting really old. He doesn't do a lot, but. No,
he ridicules him because, free will. Like if you're denigrating free will, even though that's a phenomenon, like how can you believe in free will if you don't believe in consciousness? Come on. Like if he explains away consciousness, then he also explains away free will, because free will doesn't exist without consciousness. So if consciousness is an illusion, free will is an illusion. So when he says that he's a compatibilist, he says that this is a useful thing. We should treat free will as a phenomenon, just like any other. Because we're treating each other as conscious, and he wants us to treat each other as conscious, even though he doesn't believe that consciousness is real.
All right. Well, yeah. Then I remember some speech he gave to a Russian audience about either Hegel or Hume, and it was very, very good. It was excellent. And he does this thing about the thought machines and the levers in your mind and stuff. It's very, very good. So I'll have to go back and look again.
I have to look at him because I haven't looked at him since The Consciousness Explained.
Yeah.
Which I didn't like a lot.
I haven't read that. All right.
In any case, materialism is the idea that if we just look hard enough, we'll find a materialistic explanation for everything. And that is essentially the same misintegration as God of the gaps. So basically, it's a form of religion. It's a religious belief in something. And Rupert Sheldrake, he in his video, The Science Delusion, this forbidden TED Talk, he actually challenges many of these religious beliefs that many scientists hold. And he goes through a whole list of them, and it's wrong to call it just materialism. I would call it scientism. It's like it's a religious belief in certain scientific dogma that are actually just religious beliefs that many scientists believe. So, for one of them is that all laws of nature are static; they never change. So they are eternal and non-changing. Where does that come from? That's just a belief.
Yeah,
There's no reason to believe that that's true. I mean, you can. One of the things that Ayn Rand did is she rejected the idea of an eternal absolute. A rock is an absolute, she says, because it has a nature and it's finite. It's not infinite, but it is. It has a nature you can't change in the moment, right? So Ayn Rand certainly didn't believe in the eternally unchanging laws of nature. And Rupert Sheldrake is now doing the same challenge. Where does that belief come from? It's just a Platonistic belief.
There's certainly no way to prove it or perceive eternal laws.
Well, what we can say is that we can make inductions about that they are very, very stable, right? We can say that they're so stable that we know that they won't change for billions of years, something like that, possibly. But the point is, no one is even trying to prove that. They're just assuming it. It's an assumption, and they're building it as an axiom into science.
Yeah, well, the second law of thermodynamics and stuff like that comes to mind, and that is just people looking at reality and saying, well, this is so constant, let's just put this down right here as a constant. And then they go use that to discover all kinds of amazing things. And you can apply the second law of thermodynamics to a situation, and it can clarify the situation for you. You can say, well, it can't be happening this way because that would mean production of energy out of nothing or whatever. So it must be happening this other way.
But that's a little bit like saying that today we can trust the dollar because the dollar is roughly stable in value. And so the dollar is the international standard of payment in the world. Well, and it works.
Yeah, I mean, okay, your analogy would work if you're saying that I'm handing a dollar bill to a clerk at a store, and in that 1 second, I'm saying this dollar bill is real and it actually has value. Watch this. There, I've got a candy bar now. And as long as we don't draw it out over weeks or months or years, you're right, and so.
But what I meant is that it's sufficiently stable to be treated as trustworthy.
Right. So.
And therefore, it's an international standard.
So, is the second law of thermodynamics and a cosmic?
It's good enough.
It's as good enough cosmic standard for this transaction today with this candy bar with this clerk.
Yes, and so in other words, thermodynamics is stable enough to do science with. We don't know if it's stable over billions of years.
Well, could the universe have gotten to where it is if the laws of thermodynamics aren't what they are? I mean, I'm tempted to say that you're saying if things were different, they would be different. Which is not very profound.
No, well, what I'm saying is that induction has a limit, and the limit is the width of the data. So you can have, if you're looking at too large time scales, you can't say anything for sure because it's outside of the sampling range. And if it's too short a time scale, then it's also out of range because you don't have data at that lower level. So you only have a validity, inductive validity within a range. So, for instance, the Newton's law, they're valid at a speed lower than light because that's the range within which they were induced, right? So it has to be outside of big gravity fields, and it has to be at relatively low speeds, and it can't be at the microscopic quantum level.
And it has to be quite a short period of time, or else relativity starts coming into effect.
Yes, and also, we don't know if they are stable over hundreds of years or thousands of years. Like, for instance, Rupert Sheldrake makes the point that prior to the 1970s, when they defined the speed of light to be constant, they actually measured a lot of fluctuation in the speed of light.
Yeah.
And that's very problematic. Why are they treating the speed of light as a constant? I understand that it's very convenient to do so, but it's actually just a religious belief.
Well, Einstein defined it as a constant because he found that's what the universe demanded that it be.
Well, I have actually studied both special and general relativity, so I can say that there's no innate, intrinsic reason why the universe should have a stable value of c. There may be reasons why it fluctuates, like that we haven't discovered yet. There's no law that says if the speed of light is not constant, then everything falls apart.
Now, Rupert, in his talk, just to mention for the audience, he says that they tested the speed of light. Everybody's always testing the speed of light. And during the 1930s, it went down for a while. Everybody's experiments all over the world. And then it started coming back up. And he went and asked the head of measurements or something at something and said, "What's this about?" And they said, "Oh, well, that's quite embarrassing, but it's taken care of because we've defined it as constant now. And so it's no longer a problem. We don't even have to measure it anymore."
Yeah, which is that's an example of a scientific dogma or a religious belief. That is scientism of the gaps. Basically, it's that we don't have to look in those gaps because we're sure what we will find there.
But
right?
So what if it does vary by 0.0000001%?
That means you have to modify the laws of physics, but that doesn't mean that you have to throw out science as a method. On the contrary, this is precisely what we have science for. When we observe variations that cannot be explained by our theories, that's precisely when we start investigating.
Yeah, so right now we've got a Ptolemaic system that explains things as long as we don't look too close at the fuzzy edges.
Let me give an example of what might change the speed of light. Let's say that there's it turns out that there are some, that the vacuum energy or something like that is not constant, but there are vacuum, that's the modern term for ether, like the quantum fields. That's what we call ether today. But let's just use the term ether, because it'll evoke an understanding in people. So let's suppose that there are there's turbulence in the ether. There are ether winds, ether storms, and it creates tiny fluctuations in the speed of light. Right? That there's nothing unphysical about what I just said.
Right.
It's just another phenomenon that we haven't discovered yet. So there's no reason that doesn't violate the law of identity. It's like, as long as it is a real thing, it's a real phenomenon, and it follows certain identities, then it's a real thing. So the fact that we just define the speed of light to be constant, that is a scientific dogma. There's no reason intrinsically for that to be true. even if general relativity is true, or special relativity, there's no reason why it has to be exactly constant. It's very convenient for the theories for it to be that, but so what? This reality doesn't have to obey it. It has its own identity.
Now, what else does Rupert want to do with this then? So fair enough, the speed of light measurements have gone up and down a little bit.
Now he says that it's a dogma that the energy and matter in the universe is constant.
Right. The second law. Matter can be neither created nor destroyed, it just changes forms.
Yeah. And that is certainly true locally, at a local level. But the problem with this is that what's true locally may not be true globally. Here's the problem. We have confused the concept of globality with universality. Those are not the same.
You know, I also want to say it's true locally, but it's not true maybe globally and maybe not true microscopically. I mean, for example, a particle can pop into existence and then go out of existence. As long as it doesn't interact with anything, it hasn't violated the second law of thermodynamics.
Right. So consider the following. Something may be true locally everywhere, but not true globally.
Right.
So let me give an example of that. Locally, the Earth is flat. And it's flat everywhere locally. But globally, it's not flat. It's round. So in the same way, if we just narrow our scope to a very local part of the universe, the laws of thermodynamics may be true locally in that little spot. And it may be true universally, every little local spot, the laws of thermodynamics hold. But it may not hold for the universe as a whole. The universe as a whole may be a perpetual motion machine. And it doesn't violate the laws of thermodynamics because they don't apply globally.
I'm stuck with believing in the universe as a Darwinianly evolving thing.
Yeah, and in that Darwinianly evolving thing, how does this work in terms of second law of thermodynamics?
Well,
it's problematic.
Well, let's see if it's problematic. Things that are stable survive.
But if entropy always increases,
then there will be
there's less and less energy available, and we're running out of steam.
Yes. Yeah, this is water running down a hill. Now, how it got to the top of the hill, I don't know.
This is like a common joke. It's like the materialists say, give us one miracle at the beginning of time, and we'll let materialism do the rest.
Yeah, give us one free miracle where we get all the matter, all the energy, and all the laws of matter and energy. And after that, we don't need miracles anymore.
That's right. I find that absolutely insane and crazy. So basically, if you believe in one miracle, why should you not believe in miracles after that?
But is it a miracle to say things exist? Because that's really my beginning sentence. Things exist. Sentence number 2 is stable things continue to exist.
That's fair enough. That's absolutely fair enough. But in this context, what I meant is that the laws of thermodynamics are true locally, and we have proven them locally. But that is not the same to say that it applies to the cosmos as a whole, to the entire universe.
Now, what would be the effect if it didn't? Would we see matter and energy coming into being or going out of existence? And if that were the case, how would that not have an effect on our local application of these laws?
Well, that depends on the scale of things, right? Like if we look at just a small enough region of space, it's too little to notice any difference in the laws of thermodynamics, right?
Right.
So, in other words, it's just like if your speed is too low, you won't notice relativity.
Yeah. Yeah, Newton had no way of testing for it or being bothered by it or anything.
That's right. So, in other words, you have to look at this a sufficiently large scale. Now, here's the crazy stuff. I'm sure I'm going to be called lots of crazy stuff again here. But there's actually evidence that things do come into existence in strange ways that we don't understand and don't appreciate. So, one of the most compelling and interesting cases I've ever seen is the growing Earth hypothesis.
I loved that. It's too much though, but I liked it. It was fun.
Now the thing is, I've tried when I first heard of it. I thought it was absolutely crazy, but there was this comic guy. I think it's Neil Adams. And he made like if you search in YouTube, there's like the growing Earth conspiracy or something like that, and of course he calls it a conspiracy of silence, but it's not a conspiracy. But he likes using big words. But he made an animation where he started with the large word and shrunk it back, and showed that plate tectonics, you can actually get rid of the plate. It's not plate tectonics. You can just have a growing Earth to explain all the plate tectonics going on. And I thought that's crazy. But then I started looking like, okay, I can see that there's a rift in the Atlantic Ocean, the mid ridge. Here they are slipping apart. And then I go into the Pacific, and I said, oh, here they're going apart too. And then I go near between Africa and Antarctica and say, oh, here they're gliding apart too. It's like, that's weird. Everything is gliding apart everywhere in the oceans.
No, there are subduction zones.
There are, but the subduction zones are this big, and the places that they glide apart are like 10 times bigger. So there's almost no subduction zones, and just and almost a bunch of like gliding apart zones. And so that's weird. It's like, think, where are the subduction zones? There's just a few places on Earth. It's like outside Chile is a subduction zone, and that's basically it. A few other places. And it's not enough. There's not balance. You would expect that if things glide apart, then they should be gliding under in equal amounts, but they don't.
The Himalayas are a zone where the Indian plate is hitting the Eurasian plate, and neither of them are subducting. It's just piling up in the air.
Yeah. Now, this was my go-to sort of immediate criticism of this theory. But then they had an answer to that. It's that what happens to a growing Earth if you have a crust like this and it starts expanding like that? Well, it starts piling up. It crusts itself. You can't fold a round thing and make it flat. And when it grows, it becomes flatter, and it doesn't fit. It's curved, so it has to crust up. It has to break up. So imagine like a chocolate Earth, a thin chocolate layer, and then the chocolate starts. You put it on like on a balloon, and you start blowing it up. It will start crusting upwards.
No, I can't find that. I can only see the parts moving further apart. On a balloon. Places, cover a balloon with chocolate and then blow it up further, and the pieces would move away from each other.
Now, yes, most places they would do that, but if in some places they're attached, like imagine like there's a big flake.
Yeah.
And it starts blowing up, and it keeps on. Now you're creating a bulge underneath, right? And if this thing here doesn't glide down like this, but finds some kind of solid ground it doesn't want to glide this way. The only way for it to consolidate is by crumbling down like this. I'm not making there are videos of this on YouTube. So
I also liked his angle on the dinosaurs. He said, why were they so big? Well, because the Earth was smaller and there wasn't as much gravity, so things could get bigger then.
And the only dinosaurs that were able to survive were the ones who could fly when the oceans spread apart. Because they were migrating animals, they were migratory animals. They were living on the northern side, and then they were moving to the southern side. And because they were cold-blooded, this is his theory, and I think that it's a quite good one. So,
and the only reason that mammals survived was because they were so small that they were able to hitch a ride on the back of flying dinosaurs.
No, that's not that's not his theory.
Come on,
I like it.
This is just as good as his stuff. Come on.
No. Actually, the point here is that we know that birds migrate, and birds evolved from dinosaurs, which were cold-blooded. So, did the dinosaurs migrate?
They don't know if they're cold-blooded. They think that they might have been a mix of cold and warm-blooded, and cold and warm-blooded are distillations.
But we do know that birds, for some reason, migrate.
Right.
And if they evolved from dinosaurs, it's quite likely that the dinosaurs also migrated.
Yeah, I think we have pretty good evidence for dinosaur migration.
Now, what happens if the oceans, like the Mediterranean, opens up and you can't migrate south?
Oh, you have to fly over it. So that's why only birds survived.
Yes. They were the only dinosaurs that were able to continue migration.
All right. Yeah, that's just so story. Yeah, he's... all right. No, the expand...
Okay, but let me continue. So then I thought that this was just like an interesting story. But then I started to listen to an actual geologist. He's Australian, I think. And he has done works on actual geology, trying to recreate the Earth from like going back and shrinking it. So he's now the leading expert in the world on this theory. And he's like a real geologist. And been able to build a consistent pattern of growing Earth back to a certain time.
Now, is the Earth growing the way that bread rises and there's no mass being added? Because if there's mass being added, it would change our orbit and the mechanics of our orbit and stuff.
Yes. Now, this is, here's the thing. We don't know what happened with our orbits over a long period of time. That's one thing.
We know about resonant synchronicity between planets and stuff, and that stable...
No, we don't actually.
Stable orbits. We know about stable orbits and the interactions between planets to create stable orbits.
Yes, but like if everything is growing, then the whole solar system could be growing. Because the stable orbits move, right?
So you want all the planets to be growing like this?
And the thing is,
there's no plate tectonics on the other planets.
The one video that was truly spectacular of the Neil Adams videos. Let me find it.
Now we don't have plate tectonics on these other planets, so we don't have a need to do this. We don't need it. If these planets were growing as well, we should see plate tectonics of some kind or splintered plates or something.
Oh yes. Now, what he's using as an example, and this is I will post it to you here in the comments section. And you should we could actually watch this. It only lasts for a few minutes, and it's worth watching. Let me see if I can find. This is Ganymede. It's a moon. A moon of Jupiter, and he has created a video where he has shrunk it back, and that is the most convincing case I've ever seen of a growing planet. That is just amazing. So just play that.
This is Ganymede, a moon of Jupiter. It has a very distinctive surface. The darker areas are older, higher, raised surfaces. How do we know this? First, the darker surfaces have been measured as higher tectonically by the scientific community. Secondly, these darker areas have a greater abundance of meteor hits. More hits equals older surface, as we saw on our moon. I realize this process may seem to be thunderingly obvious to you. It's not to the current scientific community, and they will certainly not buy it easily. So bear with me. As you can see, we are closing the lower tectonic plates to a very dramatic result. Understand, we are only bringing these upper tectonic surfaces together. The result is we have reduced Ganymede by 1/3 of its volume. 1/3, 30%. This just in. When this project began, we had only still photos of Ganymede. Now NASA has a nearly complete map of Ganymede. Some areas are not clear, but for our example, this is terrific. First, we wrap it around a sphere. Good. Now we go back in time and watch as the darker plates move together tectonically. Boy, isn't this a great map NASA's assembled? Look. Let's pick two sides, and not spin them, and we'll just watch them go back in time. The dark plates don't shrink, just the sphere and the lower tectonic plates. It's like a puzzle. I promise you, I didn't change anything. Well, you can see for yourself. Many moon surfaces don't show this process as well as others, so I'm consciously choosing the easy ones. I leave it for others in the future to continue this work.
Yeah, our moon doesn't exhibit that behavior.
Well, he claims that it actually does, but as he says, you can't find it as clearly on all planets, but some consider it better than others. And this one is very convincing.
Well, Ganymede, what's Ganymede? What does it have? Liquid nitrogen oceans or something like that? I mean, what's the trick on Ganymede? It's got what are those continents made out of? Ice of some kind?
I think so, yeah.
So we don't need a growing Ganymede.
No, but notice how those pieces fit very well together.
Well, of course they do, because plate tectonics created them.
No, but but listen, they fit so well together on a smaller planet, right? That's the whole point. Look how well it fits together everywhere when it's smaller.
All right, I'm trying to get back. I can't get your face back. How did I go? There we go. Oh, there we go. I was stuck in. Sorry.
All right. Okay. So now this was part of what I sort of discovered along the way. So this is looking quite convincing. I need to look more into this. So then I came across this geologist that has been working on this, and what he did, among other things, is that he made this model of the shrinking Earth. And he did a very simple question. He asked the following. Let's look at coal deposits. Coal deposits. And what happens to the coal deposits around the world if we use this shrinking Earth? And what he found is that in the past, all the coal deposits in the world were lying around in a nice, perfect little belt in the tropical region. So that's like, okay, the chances of that happening by coincidence is very low.
Oh, no. All right, plate tectonics gets us to where we are today, and the reason it was in the tropics is because the massive undigested vegetation that was created during an episode in evolutionary history was obviously going to be in the tropical zone, not at the North or South Pole. So voila.
But you don't get them to a nice band like that.
Why not?
With one variable, you're only allowed to change one single variable, namely the radius of the Earth. You're able to take all the coal resources and bring them back together into a band?
Well, then maybe they weren't in a band.
If the continents move about in all sorts of plastic ways, there's no reason for you to expect that if you shrink the Earth and all the pieces go back nicely together. So that's one thing. And so here's another thing. He did the same thing, not just with coal, but with magnetic fields. Because in the rocks, there are magnetic fields that are like when lava is, what's it called? It goes down in temperature. The magnetic fields are actually frozen in the rock. And they get the magnetic field at the position of the time and the direction of the field at the time. So what he did then is that, okay, let's just use all these observations of the magnetic fields all over the world, and let's now bring all of them together. Let's just shrink the Earth and see what happened to these magnetic fields.
Shrinking the Earth means removing the space between the plates, and
yes.
Plate tectonics means increasing the space between the plates. So shrinking the Earth
plate tectonics means that the plates just move around, and the total surface area is the same.
Right.
Whereas, so you do have tectonics in the shrinking in the growing Earth. It's just that they are. It's just that it comes from the Earth growing in size.
Well, I'm just saying that by removing the space between the plates from the plates moving around and jumbling, just take the space out from between them and fit them back together. That in itself is that's all you're doing when you shrink the Earth. You're just putting the plates back together.
Yes, but if the plates are allowed to today in modern plate, if you've looked at it, just look at any video of a recreation of Pangea. These plates are moving around like hockey pucks. Like they're going in all sorts of direction. They're not going here and there. They're moving everywhere.
Well,
so they're
fair enough.
Up
So that
and down
happens.
and back and forth and all sorts of directions.
They're riding on a boiling sea of lava, of magma.
Yeah. But my point is, they're not moving away from each other all the time. They're moving. Sometimes they're moving towards each other. Sometimes they're moving up. There's no reason why these plates should be moving in a specific way that can be described by a single variable, because there are many free variables in this ordinary plate tectonic model.
Well, for all intents and purposes, it's random.
Yes, but so what is the odds that you, with a single variable, which is the radius of the Earth, are able to describe not just that you're getting all the plates back fitting together again, but you're also getting all the magnetic fields to fit together again, and you're getting all the coal deposits to fit back together again in a band. What are the odds of all those three happening with one single variable?
Well, I'm not convinced, because I can just run plate tectonics backwards and get the plates back to where they were before.
Yes. And what I'm saying is the way they do that is by these Ptolemaic epicycles. They have hundreds of variables, thousands.
Well, it's not clockwork like the planets. It's just the history of jumbling. It's like a log jam floating down a river. There's no mathematical way to describe it.
And what I'm saying is that in order to get plate tectonics to work, you have to have lots and lots of different motions. You can't say that when we know the motion of one thing, then we know the motion of everyone else. You have to fit them together as a jigsaw puzzle. And for every time you do that, you have to add another variable. And so they have all these variables, then they have to have constraints. And it's a really, really difficult thing to do. So in plate tectonics, it's not one variable. It's lots and lots of variables. And basically, it's like the Ptolemaic epicycles. It's easy to do that when you can, if you are allowed to move your plates around willy-nilly and you have as many variables as you need, and you just spray paint the Earth with whatever variables of motion you need, then it's easy to get the plates together.
Well, we have all kinds of scientific evidence about which plates were where and touching and stuff like that.
We do. But notice that this is not against the idea that these have been together. It's the idea that they were together when the Earth was smaller.
Well, I mean, we've got slivers of this bit of land over here, and we say, now, how did that happen? And then we look and we find out that that's on a different tectonic plate. And there's actually a division. There's this little island here next to a tectonic line, and then so the land 30 miles away looks very different from it. But that's because tectonically they've come from different areas. So there's lots and lots of the plates are shattered.
But all those things you just said there is perfectly consistent with the growing Earth, because that's exactly what happens in the growing Earth too.
I have no reason to hypothesize the growing Earth yet.
What I'm saying is that I understand the resistance to that. But like, for instance, if you try to fit Africa and South America together, they don't fit. You can just try it. They don't fit.
They almost do.
Almost. But they do fit on a smaller Earth.
Well, just because the beach line doesn't fit doesn't mean that they wouldn't fit if you got them closer together.
That's true. But it is awfully convenient that if you just reduce the Earth in size, then all of a sudden it fits.
You had not to be using the word convenient when you're talking about just increasing the size of the planet to make your theory work.
So I see that that's the downside of this, that you have to make this giant leap. Now, my point here is I'm not going to throw out the idea of a growing Earth just because it sounds crazy. Because, okay, it does require some new physics, something that we can't explain of some kind. And that's a big leap to do, and I understand that. But what you do get in return is that you can explain all the plate tectonics with a single variable.
We ought to be able to. There ought to be some growth then since the time of the Greeks, or maybe not.
And this is what the point. This geologist, he was interested in this that I'm talking about. I forget his name now. He has a book out on this, and. He calls it expansion tectonics, I think. And what he did is he went back to the original raw data. He wanted to get the raw data for the GPS. Right? And because the GPS people said to him that, no, there's no evidence of a growing Earth. Just look at the GPS. And he says, well, I want to have a look at the GPS data for that. And when it turns out that when you look at the raw data, the raw data shows an expanding Earth.
That's too much. It's too much. It's too much.
But then they say, well, we have corrected that because obviously the Earth is not expanding. So we have a correction factor for the growing Earth.
So in actual fact, the Earth is growing, huh?
According to him, and when he looked at the raw data, they do.
All right. Well, I'd have to look at the raw data myself. I can't accept that.
Now, here's one interesting, nice thing about this. It's the fact that if you look at the data for the sea level, there's like all this hoo-hoo now about the growing sea level. So we're all going to be flooded. But in Australia, there is right outside Sydney, there's a place called Fort Denison, which is like an island. And they have pictures of, and they've been doing measurement on that island of sea level since the 1880s. And it hasn't been growing, the sea level. The sea level hasn't increased since the 1880s. In fact, if it has gone anywhere, it's down. And this is very, very peculiar because Australia is geologically stable. In other words, it's solid ground. There's no sand. There's no like uplifting or down changes due to like ice that has been, like in Norway now, for instance, is rising. It keeps on rising because it was pushed down by ice during the Ice Age. But nothing like that's going on in Australia. So it's geologically stable. So therefore, it's very weird that several places in Australia show signs of falling sea levels. So, for instance, in Tasmania, there's a place called the Island of the Dead. And there was a climate skeptic who lived in Tasmania many years ago. He's dead now. He's called John Daly. And he actually made a report on a mark of the average sea level that was made in 1841, I think. The problem with this mark of average sea level is that it's about 2 feet above modern sea level today, which indicates that sea level has gone down since 1840. And what they say is that, he obviously got it wrong. Like, he didn't measure the average sea level, even though he said he did so. He actually marked in the top of the tide. Even though he says that's not what he did, he says exactly what he did, and he has measurements that he used over several years for creating this mark. But they say that in the end, he didn't actually use his data, or he did something else. So they explain it away. But the actual data shows a falling sea level. And in Fort Denison, Fort Denison shows a sea level rise from about 1830 to 1880, which is the same time period that this Island of the Dead shows a sea level fall. So how can that happen? How can the sea level fall in Australia?
Well, I don't know. I'm not getting too worried about it, because I would need a little bit better evidence than some kook on some island who drew a line on a rock somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. But sea level. Let me see if I can find the Fort Denison picture. I mean, the picture itself tells 1,000 words.
Fort Denison sea level.
Yeah. There it is. I found it. Yeah. Here it is.
Yeah, that does not look like catastrophic sea level rise. And over at the left, it does look like it's coming down.
Yep. It looks like in 1885 it was a little bit higher than in 2016.
Yeah.
Now, that's crazy, right?
Well,
that's your own lying eyes.
I mean, I'm not upset about that. The people that think the sea level is rising and that the Earth is in danger, they're upset about it. I'm not.
Here's the problem. The Earth has gotten significantly warmer since 1885. And when the Earth gets warmer, the ocean also gets warmer, and then warm water expands. So even if there's no melting, just a warmer ocean is going to give a higher sea level.
Yeah.
So why is there no higher sea level?
How much warmer is it really? I'm not really that convinced it's that much warmer.
That's one possibility, that it isn't really that much warmer. That's definitely one possibility.
I mean, in the 19 teens and 20s, they were going crazy about Alaska, and all the glaciers were melting in Alaska, and they were going up these big fjords that were covered in ice and looking underneath where ice used to be, and they were shocked in the 1920s about this, and then in the 1970s, it was going the other way, and the glaciers were growing, and so in the 1800s, how much warmer or colder was it? I'm not convinced.
So that's definitely one possible view of it. Another possibility is that suppose that the Earth is growing just by tiny smidge every year.
Constantly.
Yeah, constantly.
Now, is it growing mass?
Expand. No, like just let's not talk about that.
Just baking bread.
Just the size of the Earth is growing. What would happen to the sea levels?
Well, I don't know. Is the amount of water growing too?
That's one possibility. But what if it's not? Then we should see sea level falling.
Yeah.
And since we're not seeing massive sea level rise across the world,
Well,
despite global warming,
how long has this Earth been expanding? Because the sea had ought to be spread pretty thin by now.
yeah. Now here's also the crazy part. We know that in the interior of the Earth, there's just a bunch of water. They were surprised by how much water is inside the Earth.
What?
There was an article, I think it was in Scientific American, just a few years back. It's not actually in an ocean. It's like embedded in rock. Like it's a lot of water in the Earth.
Well, waterlogged plates do get pushed under in subduction zones, and that creates volcanic because of the explosive expansion of water.
Yeah.
But that doesn't go with your expanding Earth. That goes with subduction zones.
Yeah, but it's so much water down there that they have problems explaining it, like so many other things. Now, so again, I'm not saying that this is now definitely true and this is how it is. I'm just raising questions here that I'm perfectly open to the possibility that there are some laws of physics that we don't understand.
Well, sure. Bring the evidence, sure.
And some of the evidence is like, okay, we see evidence of a growing Earth. You can say there's counter evidence to that, and it's not convincing. Okay, fair enough. Then there's Ganymede. There's the GPS signals that show you have to correct for expansion in order to correct them.
Well, I don't. Now they're probably correcting for relativity, and he probably just doesn't understand relativity.
No.
Because they do have to correct the satellites for relativity.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not what they're correcting for.
Well, they're not correcting for the expansion of the Earth.
That's what. No, I mean that the distances are increasing with time. So they say that this has to do with some form of satellite drift that they can't really pinpoint, because obviously the Earth is not literally growing.
But you're saying that it is.
No, I'm saying, well, there is a case to be made, and we should. These are things we should be doing science on. And Rupert Sheldrake's point is that due to scientific dogma, no one is actually investigating this stuff because it's obviously not true, they say.
Yeah.
We don't have to investigate this stuff because we don't need to.
Well, it violates so many basic principles.
Does it?
For the second law of thermodynamics, for one.
Well, as I say, the second law of thermodynamics might be true locally, but not in a larger system, just like the law of Newton's laws of gravity.
Yeah, but where would you find an exception globally that is not an exception somewhere locally?
Now, as I said, it's about scale, right? But let me add into this mix the work of Halton Arp. Halton Arp has done lots of. He was a famous astronomer, and he observed exceptional galaxies and quasars. And what he noticed is that it looks like quasars. They're highly redshifted objects, but they seem to be related to some galaxy nearby, which is blue shifted in comparison. So what he thought is that these quasars were actually ejected from galaxies, and they started out by having being very redshifted, and then as they grew older, they became more and more blue shifted. And as they grew older, they also grew in size and became galaxies. So he sees a cycle where you have these galaxies ejecting out something that starts out as a tiny quasar, and then they grow and become big galaxies. And then the process continues. So Now, if you just add that into the mix and say, huh, that's interesting. Now we're talking about growing galaxies. That's interesting. That fits into the idea of a growing, evolving universe, right? You were talking about this earlier about you saw it as natural that that the laws of physics that we have today are just a product of natural selection. But in order for this to be natural selection, there has to be some kind of change across time. And what would that change be? Well, what if there's some kind of churn to the universe where everything is expanding and dissipating at the same time? So you have the laws of thermodynamics that making things die off, whereas you're continuously recycling some of that material in some of the processes that are able to, for some reason, able to get that old material recycled. And it doesn't happen on very small scales. It happens on very large scales. So big planets can grow, stars can grow, galaxies can grow, but like a little rock can't grow, something like that.
All right. Yeah. Well.
Now, notice that this is just pure speculation.
Yeah. So it's only true on scales where we can't see it. That's pretty convenient.
Well, we couldn't see the scale of black holes before, or like large scale gravity fields. We couldn't see the speed of light before until we could.
Right. Well, I mean, okay. So people said, well, this speed of light. If the speed of light is true, then the transit of Mercury or Venus over the sun should happen in this way, and they measured it, and it was true.
So that in this way they proved that the general relativity was true, and they also made measurement, the Michelson-Morley experiment with the speed of light and so forth, in which they showed exactly the same thing, that the speed of light is constant. But until that time, until they actually measured it, they weren't able to know these things, and until that time, the laws of Newton were just blissfully unaware of the things of general relativity because we didn't have the measurement tools for it.
Right.
And what I'm saying is that, okay, that may be true on a larger scale too, that there are things that are out there to be discovered, but we haven't developed the measurement tools for them yet because they are at a scale where they are difficult to measure. Now, this is all these string theories and supersymmetry theories. They run into all of those problems because they solve their problems by saying that we haven't discovered all these fancy particles because we need like an accelerator the size of a galaxy to discover them, which is very convenient. What I'm saying is that we have the tools today to discover the expansion of the Earth. We have the measurement tools if we want to. But we have to want to. No one is doing that.
Well, I think it would be obvious. It would be sticking right in our face if it were happening.
You think so? If it's going by like 1 centimeter per year?
Well,
let's like over 1 yard per 100 years.
Now, would that be enough to get all the growth that we have from the time of the dinosaurs to now?
Well, 100 years is one. Let's say that's 1 yard. Okay, so in 1,000 years, that's about a mile, and in 1,000,000 years, that's 1,000 miles.
No, if 100 years were a yard, 1,000 years would be
1,500 years. Okay, yeah. So but I'm just making round numbers, right?
All right.
So roughly on the millennial scale, 1 yard. 100 years is 1 yard. 100,000 years is 1 mile. 100 million years is 1,000 miles. 1 billion years is 10,000 miles.
All right.
That's so that we're starting to it doesn't have to be just one. It can be more than that. But you see.
All right. So now I say okay, except for the other planets. None of them are growing. So
No, as I just said, we have evidence of Ganymede growing.
yeah, but that's just that they have plate tectonics like us.
That's true. But like there are anomalies with all the other planets that we don't understand. All planets in the universe or in the solar system are hotter than they're supposed to be. They're too hot.
The what are too hot? The stars?
No, the planets. The temperature.
Oh, what do you mean they're too hot? They've got uranium inside of them or whatever.
They've done all the calculations on all of these things and taken all the uranium into account that we know of, and they have too high temperatures. All of them.
So what is that evidence for? What do you use that for?
Well, we don't know exactly what that's evidence for, but it's evidence that there's something we don't understand that's going on in all planets.
But that I mean, are you trying to use that as an angle towards the growing planets?
It could be. Again, this is very speculative. I don't have any evidence for it, but that's the kind of things that a scientist should be interested in exploring, right?
Yeah. They explore things they have evidence for, not stuff that's interestingly wacky, which is why the growing Earth thing.
I completely understand that, but like I would say that there's more evidence for a growing Earth than for climate catastrophe.
Yeah. I can't say that. I can't say that I've seen any evidence for a growing Earth. I can only see evidence for plate tectonics.
Okay, so what I'm saying, when the plate tectonics is, you can sort of squeeze out evidence for it if you're willing to let the Earth do yoga lessons, and you're willing to put in hundreds of free variables that you're shifting things around in all sorts of willy-nilly directions.
I can do that much sooner than I can look at Mars and the Moon and say those are growing planets.
Yeah, but like just because some things happen in some bodies doesn't mean that it happens in all bodies. There may be required some kind of internal process. Mars is a dead planet. The Moon is a dead planet. There's nothing going on inside there.
Well, so Tethys and or what was it, Ganymede?
Ganymede
and Earth are alive, or something.
No, not alive, but like they have processes. Energetic processes in their interior, and Venus.
Well, if you can do that, then why do we have to have the energetic processes in their interior causing them to grow? Why can't they just cause plate tectonics?
No, it's not that I don't want plate tectonics. It's just that when you, why should you replace the Copernican view of the heliocentric worldview instead of the geocentric worldview with the Ptolemaic epicycles? Why couldn't we just keep the epicycles? They do this job very well.
No, it looks to me like you're trying to bring in epicycles when we've got a pretty good explanation.
No, what I'm saying is I need one single variable, the radius of the Earth. That's the only variable I need to explain all the plate tectonics. And the placement of the magnetic fields and the cold fields.
Well, it's a very nice local theory. It's not a global theory. It doesn't work for Mars.
But you start with local and you go from there. And I mean, just because we can't find that Pluto is growing or whatever is growing, you start with what you have and use that as a starting point. And like, you don't find plate tectonics on the Moon, right?
Right.
You do find it here on Earth. So let's start with the planets that have plate tectonics that we know of.
Well, let's not drop the context of the fact that the Moon exists. I mean, The moon exists. Why is there a difference between the Earth and the moon? Because
why is there a difference between the sun and the Earth? It's a different body.
Yeah.
The moon doesn't have an active core, and if the core is important to this process, then there's no reason to expect a growing moon. There might be some kind of energetic process going on. So have you been paying attention to this the recent experiment with the Sapphire project in the Electric Universe thing?
No.
Those are people trying to test the electric sun model, and they're basically trying to create a little sun in a plasma chamber.
Oh, I've seen some of that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and as I don't have the expertise to make a good judgment on them, but they seem to be very competent people, and they have a good team of people who know they're good engineers, right? And according to them, what they've released now publicly, when they did this plasma experiment, they were able with low energy electric energy plasma processes, able to produce elements in that weren't there inside this plasma chamber. Now, they don't know why they were able to find new elements that weren't there. It could be transmutation of some kind, or it could be evidence of some kind of weird fusion process, or what have you.
What elements? Elements from the periodic table?
Yes. That they knew what they put into the chamber, and then they run the process, and then when they open it, there are new things in there that weren't there before.
Well, what elements? There are only, 106 or 116 or something?
One of the things they do is that they can measure things, what they put in there. They know what elements they were there, what kind of materials. And
I would wonder what
they do a material tally.
Well, what elements came out?
Like they were among other things iron, but what they did is that they made a comparison to the elements that they observed produced in there and the elements that they can observe on the sun, and it was a very close match.
So the surface of this, so we don't need supernovas to create elements?
That's what they say. Like, basically, they were able to produce the elements that we observe on the sun that we think come from some weird supernova somewhere. Exactly those elements, or not all of them, but 80% of them, and only those 80% were observed in this plasma chamber.
Well, that sounds like we're just a couple months away from some amazing breakthroughs then. These plasma chambers should be used to create all kinds of fun elements like gold and uranium and plutonium and all kinds of stuff.
Well, they weren't able to produce any kind of stuff, but what they did say, one of the immediate applications of this is that they can use it for the destruction of plutonium in a cheap and safe way.
Sounds like it could make plutonium too.
Possibly, but they are not at the moment. They're not. They're holding back due to they are a company and they want to have funding for this and maybe have commercialized this. So they don't want to put too much out there, which also should make us skeptical of their claims because they want to hype themselves, right?
Yeah.
But if what they are saying is correct, they're stumbling on what can only be described as unknown physics.
Well, I'll stay tuned, but
yeah. So what I'm saying is that is this more unbelievable than inflation theory in Big Bang cosmology?
Yeah, yeah, it's more unbelievable.
Like the inflation theory in cosmology is requires you to believe that the whole universe is expanding.
Yeah, and not only that, but it expanded for a sort of bizarrely long time before things started happening. They don't know how long.
Yes, and one of the options is that it has expanded forever from a very, very tiny base.
Yeah, well, and there's no reason not to have that be the case, because it's not like you could run out of room, because room is a thing inside this event. So,
well, what I'm saying is like if you find that believable, then why is an expanding why is it that you allow for the credibility of an expanding universe, but not an expanding matter in the universe?
Well, for one thing, we have evidence for the expanding universe, and no evidence that matter is expanding.
Well, when you say no evidence, we do actually have observations that fit with an expanding Earth, and I just presented some of that to you.
Yeah, but I can dismiss them. I've got
No, you can't.
I've got better ways of explaining them.
No, you haven't. It's like saying that, like the reason that Copernicus won out over the epicycles is that he only needed 7 variables, like one for each planet, in order to explain the planetary motions. So he needed 7 ellipses, and that's it. That's all he needed. The epicycle guys, they needed like hundreds of these epicycles to explain this.
We've got one coherent theory, and in order to bring in the growing Earth thing, you're going to have at least 2 theories. You're going to have the growing Earth theory and the static Moon and static Mars theory. So now you're multiplying theories by 2 at least.
But that's like saying I have to explain the sun if I explain the Earth. I don't have to do that. The Earth has an active core. The Moon doesn't. So I'm limiting myself now to only things that have an active core.
Well, if you do that, then I'll say, well, plate tectonics only work on things with an active core. Voila.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. But then I say, with that active core, I only need one single variable, which is the radius of the Earth, to explain all the plate tectonics. Then you need a hodgepodge of hundreds and hundreds of variables.
Then I would get these textbooks out that show the different rock formations in different areas of the world that are all splintered and shattered and sent all over the world, and I would run that backwards with plate tectonics in a much more convincing way.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to. I don't know how to say this. More convincing is that you need 100 arbitrary variables to do that. I can do it with one variable. You need 100.
Yeah, but you'll be less convincing.
Why?
You'll have to hand wave certain things.
Why? What will I have to hand wave?
I will find details like little teeny shards and shattered pieces here and there, and I'll say this could only have happened if this island was smashed to bits during an event sometime in the last 100 million years, and then it's moved in this way and this way. And you'll say, oh, okay, I don't know how those pieces shattered and got sent all over like that.
Well, as I say, there's this this guy. Let's see what he's called here.
See, with plate tectonics,
James Maxwell.
you have a couple things moving here, and then they move back here, and then they come back up here, and then they twist down here, and then they push over here, and then they move apart finally. And in all that twisting and crunching, and there's a lot of stuff that happen, and you get a piece of this island up here, and a piece over here, and a piece on the top of this mountain down here, and in the middle of this ravine over here. And this mountain is spread across 3 continents now. One mountain. Now, how do you do that unless you get this grinding, bumping, colliding, working? If everything's just spreading apart nicely, then you don't get this shattered mess of turbulence.
But do you get this? Where do you have this idea of shattered mess from?
From various places where the plates meet, and you've got little pieces of some far-flung continent here on the edge that doesn't match any of the rocks within hundreds of miles of it, but it's perfect.
I want you to actually show me. I hear you're saying that, but I've not seen evidence of that.
Oh, well, Michael Rampino comes to mind. You're probably familiar with his name, right? Michael Rampino.
So here's the guy, James Maxwell. That's the geologist that has been doing the expansion tectonics, and he's created his models based on observation.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll look over it, but Michael Rampino's got plenty of good stuff about plate tectonics and about the the story of plate tectonics has been put together by looking at rock formations and going around the world and finding where what they match. And sometimes that's a very messy story because you'll have mountain ranges that have sort of come up and fallen over on their side and been spread out over large areas and stuff. So it's a very messy story, and going through the details of that story is what allows us to back the plate tectonic story up so well and see where things fit together.
And my point is also that you can do the same thing with epicycles. You can match up all the motions of the planets in the sky with epicycles. And unless there's something with expansion tectonics that is impossible to explain, other than with plate tectonics, I would say that expansion tectonics wins out.
Well, okay, one thing that's impossible to explain is the orbit of the Earth and the mass. Is the mass increasing? And
that is a good argument. If the mass is not increasing, then obviously there is an issue that you need to explain. If the mass is increasing, then you have the orbit thing. So, but if the mass is not increasing, then the density should be going down on Earth, which then fits together with Neil Adams' assertion of dinosaurs being big when gravity was lower in the past.
And if gravity, so what does gravity come from? Does it come from mass? Does mass attracts matter? Because that means that the Earth is getting more massive.
Yeah, actually, that was I reversed my my logic there. On a smaller Earth, there's more mass, then gravity should increase with time.
Yeah.
So that would be consistent with Neil Adams' explanation.
That should change our orbit.
Yes. So all the problems with orbits, those are issues. Right? Those need to be addressed.
Huge issue.
But they're not showstoppers in and of themselves. Because if there's massive evidence on Earth for an expanding Earth, then you can't just simply say all that wonderful evidence for expansion on Earth, we have to throw it out because there's some other questions we can't answer. Now, this is really science in the gaps, isn't it? Right?
The growing Earth thing?
No. Yeah. Well, should we throw out a theory that is superior in most ways to another theory because there are things it can't explain yet?
Or should we throw it out because it's glaringly inferior to the fact?
That's like what I'm saying is that I'm impressed by the fact that it's able to explain the position, like this James Maxwell. He creates these images of the magnetic fields going back, and he shows that when you go back in time, the magnetic fields on a growing Earth matches up, whereas they don't do that on plate tectonics. You get a lot of inconsistencies with plate tectonics when it comes to the magnetic data, whereas with expanding Earth, it matches up very nicely.
I'll bet that's not true. I'll bet that the plate tectonic story is. I mean, first of all, it's scientifically coherent.
Well,
so
that's true. Like no one is saying that tectonics is wrong. Like expansion tectonics is also a form of tectonics. right?
Yeah.
So it's not denying any of the data.
Well, if it's just expansion and not motion around, including subduction, then I mean, you get to keep subduction zones too.
Yes, but there are very few of them. And the subduction zones are where, as I said, when you have a curved surface that is bulging up, when it falls back down, you can have that they overlap in that period in some places. But those will be the exception, but not the rule. So you can't have it all over. So let me see if I can find a good map here.
If you get to keep subduction zone, then you get to keep all the good stuff of plate tectonics and just add a neat thing, which is inflating the Earth to get the plate.
No.
Together.
What I'm saying is that you don't have a lot of subduction zones. There are very few subduction zones in the world.
Well, I would submit that there are enough of them.
No, but shouldn't there be a match between expansion zones and subduction zones? Shouldn't that equal out?
Yeah, there has to be, and well, the subduction zones aren't all subduction zones. Some of them are just collision zones.
Yeah, and shouldn't those match up?
Well, they do.
They don't.
They have to.
They do. I hear that you say that. Now, I put in a picture here. You can show it. This is a map of the age of the seafloor. And as you can see here, they basically show everywhere that is expanding on Earth.
Right.
And as you can see, where you see the red, that's the youngest part. So those are the expansion zones where they are gliding apart. And you can see the direction in which the Earth is gliding apart. So in the Atlantic, the Earth is gliding apart. Up in the Arctic, it's gliding apart. In the Antarctic, it's gliding apart. And in the Pacific, it's gliding apart. So everywhere it's gliding apart.
There's a big subduction zone up by Seattle.
Yes. There's a subduction zone by all the way along the from Chile up to Seattle.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much the whole and you have this what is called a subduction zone, which is a crash zone, is the Himalayas. But like those are small compared to all the places that it's going apart. So just visually, I've really tried to envision this as plate tectonics, and it's very difficult to understand how all this, where you can see everywhere that's gliding apart, how this can be explained as anything other than expansion. This looks like an expansion map. Like, I understand that it could be explained by plate tectonics, but I'm having big difficulties in understanding that because everything is going apart. And there's not very many subduction zones.
There are enough subduction zones.
I hear that you're saying that, but
How could there not be enough subduction zones? If the planet's growing, what about other planets? There's too much. It's too much. The subduction zones stand.
So here's a map from Britannica of the subduction zones. Wait a second. Let me get the file of that. There is the subduction zones. These are the so-called official subduction zones.
Yeah, it seems like there's enough there. That's fine. I'll take that.
So Well, you can say that I'm not convinced by that.
Well, look, it's pushing apart. On these places where it's pushing apart is at the bottom of the seafloor. It's pushing apart in the sense that magma is coming up through a very thin part of the crust and creating a wedge there that there's constant pressure.
I know the plate tectonic theory. I did take geology, so I understand the reasoning behind it. But when I'm actually faced with the map of expansion and comparing it to the subduction zones, they don't add up, and it looks very strange. And of course, this may be just because I'm ignorant. I'm perfectly open to that. But I find the idea of an expanding Earth intriguing because, well, first of all, it matches up so nicely with the data. The fact that you can explain all the data with a single variable, the radius, that's the most compelling part of it for me. But it also opens up the possibility of like a larger narrative here, which is that how do you explain evolution in the universe? If the universe is continuously evolving, what's going on there? How does that actually happen?
It's pretty boring, it turns out. Really, really boring, it turns out. I mean, there really aren't a lot of events. We know of one planet on which life has evolved. That's a pretty exciting event, but everything else is pretty humdrum. And it looks very, very much the same in all directions. Right? If you look out into space 1 billion years in that way or that way or that way, it looks very much the same.
It is true. It looks quite similar. And so it's quite homogeneous and isotropic. But just a few years ago, actually in the late 80s, we were asking the questions, do planets exist around other stars? We didn't know.
Okay, empiricists didn't know, but I knew.
Yeah, but it's like, at the time, they were saying that we don't know if planets are rare. I mean, we know that we are quite rare because we can't pick up signals from other civilizations around the universe. But what about our planet? Is planets at all quite common, or what about Earth-like planets? And then it turns out, oh, there were planets, and it came in 1992 or something like that. And oh, there's a lot of planets. And, oh, there's a lot of planets. So now they have like 8,000 or 7,000 planets that they've discovered, most of them giant planets. And once they started discovering those planets, they found out like, oh, we don't understand planets. So there's like so many things. Like just recently, there was they've discovered a rounded red dwarf, tiny red dwarf. They discovered a planet the size of Jupiter. The problem with that is that, according to standard theories of how planets form, then it was too big. The Jupiter-sized planet was too big. So they find stars that are too small. That they are too cold and too small, but they are glowing. So there's something going on there, but it can't really be fusion, or they don't know what's going on there. And all of a sudden they find out, oh, there are actually a lot of Earth-sized planets. And I think that the closest one they found now is so far is 12 light years away. It's Earth-sized, living and probably Earth temperature and Earth gravities. Like it's an Earth type. It would be what in Star Trek I would call an M-type planet. Yeah. And it's 12 light years away.
That's close. Very close.
People don't understand how close that is.
It's very close. There are not even very many stars within that distance.
That's right. It's one of the closest stars we have, and it has an Earth-sized planet on it.
Now, I have to say, I was never in the camp that had his mind blown about whether or not there were planets out there. I knew that there had to be planets elsewhere in the universe.
Me too. Yeah. But I'm just noting that until we actually discovered planets, it was a belief, and it was confirmed. It was a reasonable belief, but we actually didn't have any evidence.
Right. Well, there were some people who said it's not reasonable to believe in them until we have evidence, and those are empiricists, and they are very annoying people.
I think that it was unreasonable to assume that planets were rare. That life is rare, I can understand,
right? Because
we didn't observe radio signals and TV signals from other places.
Yeah.
No, so I can understand that, but the planets were rare. I didn't buy that. But what about Earth-sized planets? They couldn't be too rare either. But now we find that they're really, really common.
Yeah.
And like I made a calculation. If you have some kind of acceleration device, for instance, like plasma engines, they're almost now coming online, where you're basically shooting out an electron at almost the speed of light, and then you can push, you can accelerate. Suppose you're able to accelerate at only 1/10 of gravity on Earth, like 1 meter per second. That would be like the gravity on the moon. That's not a very big acceleration, 1 meter per second. So
1 meter per second per second.
Yeah, 1 meter per second per second. Yes, so for instance, 55 miles per hour, that's about 25 meters per second. So it'll take you 25 seconds to accelerate from nothing up to running 55 miles per hour. That's like a slow acceleration.
And 55 is a so that takes you quite a while to get up to a very, 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 very cosmically slow speed.
Now, so my point here is only that, and I'm just using human numbers so that we can understand how fast or slow that is. Even the slowest cars today can easily, like the worst cars ever, they can accelerate up to 55 miles per hour in 25 seconds.
Right.
No problem. In fact, a typical car that you can get into, a normal car today, you can accelerate to them up to 55 miles per hour in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, unless it's like an East German Trabant or something.
Yeah, but 25, that's not very fast.
Right.
Okay, but here's the kicker. Suppose you're able to accelerate 1 meter per second all the time. Okay, so the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. 300 million meters per second. So if you accelerate for 100 million seconds, then you are running at 1/3 the speed of light.
Now, how long is 100 million seconds?
Well, there are roughly 10,000 hours in a year. Right. So let's start by dividing by 10,000. So 100, that's 10 million. That's 10,000. 10,000. How many? We have to divide it by 3,600 to get the number of years. So if we take 10,000 and divide by 3,600, well, it will be 3 years.
So 3 years of constant acceleration at a fairly low rate can get us to relativistic speeds, 1/3 the speed of light.
Yes. So at 1/3 of the speed of light, you can get 12 light years in 36 years.
So we could get to that Earth in our lifetime.
Yes.
Or in the lifetime of people on Earth today. at those speeds. Now, leaving aside, say we could send a robot there or something, leaving aside sending humans there because interstellar travel might be impossible.
Well, what I'm saying here is that if you're able to run at if we're actually able to get up to like a third of Earth gravity, first of all, we'll be able to go there much faster. Up to those speeds, relatively speeds faster. But suppose that you are accelerating all the way up to the midpoint of your travel, and then you start decelerating, right? That's the most efficient way to travel. Okay, this means that on the way up, you're experiencing Mars gravity, 1/3 of Earth gravity, and then you turn around and experience Mars gravity while decelerating. So it's like living on Mars for a few years. Now, that's not impossible. Humans can probably survive at 1/3 of gravity. If we're able to accelerate at Earth gravity, like 10 meters per second, then it would be just like living on Earth, normal standard gravity. So, and I don't exclude the possibility that we can accelerate that fast, because 10 meters per second is not really that fast.
Yeah, the rockets that we launch are much, much, much more powerful than that. But
yeah, they are
short.
operating at 3Gs or even 4Gs.
Yeah,
that.
But only for a couple of minutes.
Of course. But the point is that if you can keep it, you don't have to necessarily go at 1G, but even 0.8G would be probably sufficient to maintain bodily
health and so on.
Yeah, maybe 1/3 G is also okay. Maybe even just moon gravity is okay. Like you see, you can survive on that. It's sufficient to have the bodily functions.
Perhaps.
Probably. Yeah, perhaps. But probably you're going to need something close to 1G to be completely healthy. But even with modern day technology, that's not impossible. Like we are at the cusp of being able to do that right now.
Yeah, from what I hear, the difficult thing's going to be protecting us from radiation in space.
Yes. So the best way to do that, and now this is where the difficulty comes in, is to basically capture a big rock
and live inside of it.
And live inside of an asteroid.
Or what about having a layer of water a couple feet thick and living inside of that? Yep.
Now, the advantage of having a rock is that the rock itself is then, if it collides into like a dust particle, there's like so much shielding that you're not actually going to be penetrating. You're not destroying the ship.
Yeah, micrometeors happen.
Yeah. So, but of course, once you're actually accelerating a big rock, it takes a lot of energy to do that.
Yeah.
And then you're up into a whole different ball game because then you need a lot of energy for that. So there are issues. But if we're able to solve the issue with shielding, there's some magical way of being able to run at 1/3 of speed of light without destroying the ship if it runs into some kind of particle and radiation, then we're good to go. Now, of course, that's a lot harder than it sounds, but it doesn't sound like it's totally impossible. It could be within our lifetime.
Yeah.
It could be.
Now, why would we do this, and who would go? I mean, I don't doubt that people would be willing to go and do this, but
I can tell you that just like there were people going to America just because they could, or explorers, there are people going to go there. So the next United States could be 12 light years away.
Yeah, no.
If it gets too hellish here on Earth with socialism, then a new breed of explorers go there until we become as lax there on the new planet and reinvent socialism again. Okay. So, this is a super interesting idea, and I think that this is doable. And I think it's a perfectly okay for Elon Musk to go to Mars first and all of that. That's fine, because all the stuff that we're doing now to just get into space is sufficient. It brings us in the right direction of going to other planets and other stars. Why would we want to do that? Well, we would like to colonize the universe. Why not? Because we can. Yes, we can.
Why, if people would want to go live on Mars, why don't we have condominiums in Antarctica, which is warmer and milder weather than Mars?
It's not first of all, it's not as exotic. That's one thing. The other thing is that
well, it occurred to me that the scientific community owns Antarctica, and you're not allowed to build condos down there, or we might have them.
That's true, but no, I've been following the Seasteading Institute, and they're trying to get people to build just floating countries and cities, barge city basically, and it's basically impossible to get funding for that. And you don't have to live in a very cold place. You can live in nice, warm climates on the seas. And people are not doing that.
Well, they try, and then the government comes out and arrests them.
No. I mean, there's no one stopping them from building barges and living out in the ocean.
You didn't hear about that guy that was like 15 miles off the coast?
Oh, yeah, but that's different. We're not talking about living in international waters.
Well, what? So you want to seastead inside national waters?
No, I'm talking about international waters. He wasn't living in international waters. He was living inside British territory.
Oh, I thought he was in international waters.
No, he wasn't. I don't think so.
What about the people who are in international waters and get bothered?
Do they get bothered?
Yeah, they got arrested for being terrorists.
I've never heard of that.
Seasteader arrested and charged with terrorist activities or something like that.
I really need to see that, because that's completely new to me. Seasteader.
Couple hiding after seasteading attempt goes wrong. Seasteading in international waters. Bitcoin couple charged with violating Thai. That's where it was, Thailander. Thai sovereignty.
But then he was if he was violating Thai sovereignty, how can he be he couldn't be in international water then, right?
14 nautical miles off the coast. I think 12 nautical miles is international waters, right?
I thought it was 300. I thought it was 300 kilometers or 300 miles, something.
No, that would be far too far. No, I think it's 12 miles, I'm pretty sure. And maybe that's been lengthened out to 20 miles or something like that.
No. So here's a map of the territorial waters in the world.
Wow, that goes out pretty far.
So I would say that counts as being... He was within the Thai territorial water.
Yeah.
So notice that there are some nice glitches here right north of Australia. And outside Mexico, there's some nice places.
Outside Mexico? You mean out in the Pacific?
Out in the Pacific, yeah.
Yeah.
And off Australia there, and then off Australia, you're just very close to Singapore, and you're close to Australia, so you're quite
north of Australia. I don't see a lot, unless you mean
northwest of Australia.
Northwest. All right. just up north of Perth.
Yeah, and just south of Indonesia there.
Yeah.
And so there are places, but no one is really doing this now. And I think that the reason that they don't do this is twofold. One is that they consider it too risky, in terms of like they might be seized or something like that, or pirates or blah, 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 something like this.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that if you live in California and the weather is nice, maybe you choose that over trying to go live on a barge. Like, look at the Free State Project up in New Hampshire. It took them like years and years to get 20,000 people to pledge to move there. 20,000 people.
Yeah, and once they got the trigger and they started moving, not all of them even went.
No, so that it's like so far only 3,000 or 5,000 have moved. And now we're not talking about moving to Antarctica or living on a barge, but living in a really beautiful place.
Yeah, with 97% white people.
And like the climate is nice. The weather, there's no crime there. It's a beautiful place.
One of the best employment records over the last 70 years in the United States.
And very free.
Yeah, live free or die is their motto.
Yeah.
No income state tax, no seatbelt law, no indoor smoking law. They still have restaurants where you can smoke.
Hmm. So why aren't you living there?
Because I found out that a lot of the people in the Free State Project are leftist ninnies.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I would say something about the Muslims, and they would say, "Oh, you're being offensive." I said, "Fuck you, people."
Now, of course, you don't have to have anything to do with these libertarians up there, right? You can just live there.
I was planning to move there with 20,000 of them.
Yeah, but notice that it's difficult to get even 20,000 people to move there.
Yeah.
And that's not a lot of people.
Right.
And now what happens is, of course, that in America, you move to Texas instead. Because that's like, it's beautiful. Someone called it the Laffer Highway from California to Texas. Laffer Curve Highway. So people are just moving it to where the taxes are lower, but at the same time where it's the job opportunities and civilization. And Texas has all of those things.
Yeah.
So Texas has all of the things that New Hampshire has, but also big cities and like industry, blah, blah, blah.
And less snow.
And less snow, yeah.
Nobody likes snow. Is it snowing there? Was it snowing earlier there?
In New Hampshire?
No, where you are.
Oh, right now it's not snowing.
No?
And snow will not come here until a couple of months from now.
I thought I saw through your blinds a bit of a snowstorm earlier, but maybe it was just a trick of light.
Oh, it was light. It was just light. It was play on. So the snow is not here yet. But New Hampshire is much warmer than my place. So if we can get 5 million people to voluntarily live in Norway, they should be wanting to live in New Hampshire too.
Well, if everybody in Norway had the option to just get in a car and drive to Texas, I'll bet you wouldn't have many people living in Norway for long.
You would be surprised, actually. I mean, it is easy for Norwegians to move to America, and people don't do that.
Yeah, what's going on over there? You got it pretty good. You got oil money, right?
Oh, it's not only that. I mean, people are attached to their home. People have families. People have culture. People have a history, roots. Those things matter, and it actually took a lot of poverty in Europe to make people, and a combination of extreme poverty and oppression, to get people to move to America during the 16th, 17th, and 18th and 19th centuries.
Yeah, that's true.
So, for instance, in Norway, there was like a hunger crisis in the 19th century, and the same is true with Ireland. And that's where when people went to America. It wasn't until they were starving to death, right?
Right.
And then and only then they were willing to give up their roots. So it has to be pretty bad. And people are sufficiently comfortable with their roots and their lives, and it's not oppressive enough that they want to live in Antarctica, or definitely not Antarctica, but not even on a seasteading barge, and not even in New Hampshire. The only people who are willing to move today are people who are living in the third world.
Yeah. Yeah, people aren't leaving Finland, Sweden, and Germany to come to America. People are leaving Africa to go to Finland, Sweden, and Germany.
Yeah, and the movement of people is only going one way, from unfree to free. Now, of course, anyone who can think understands immediately that this shows something very fundamental about human nature, and that there is no such thing as wanting to live in a socialist country. Everyone is voting with their feet to go from the unfree, horrible places to the free places.
Well, the joke's on them because they're moving to Sweden, and Sweden's socialist.
Well, actually, I happen to live in Scandinavia, so I know a lot more about the politics here than most other people, including in Sweden. Mm-hmm. Most people don't know this, but Sweden, if you ignore the welfare state part of Sweden, Sweden is freer than America.
Like
on every count. It has lower taxes, easier to start companies, less regulation, less bureaucracy. Yeah.
So somewhere it goes sour, like with lack of free press or lack of freedom of speech. Somewhere they're choking off what they could be doing with that freedom. But
of course. Now, Sweden is special in the sense that they are traumatized by basically being Nazis during World War II, and now they want to prove that they weren't really Nazis by committing suicide. So that sort of puts Sweden in a bad place, but Denmark is not doing that. And in Denmark, it's fairly free. You have relative freedom of expression in Denmark. And Denmark, if you look at taxes in Denmark, they're lower than in America.
Denmark now.
Corporate taxes.
Amsterdam used to be the place where gay people walked around kissing and stuff.
They can't do that anymore because of the influx of diversity from Muslim countries.
Yeah, Amsterdam's gone. In the 90s, people would go to Amsterdam to party and stuff, and that's gone.
Well, you still have certain, you have the red light district and all of that, but they are very zoned off.
Yeah.
So you do have places where you can go and smoke weed and all of that in Amsterdam. But on the ordinary street in Netherlands and Belgium, if you're gay, you can't go around holding hands.
Now, it was supposed to go further in the direction of freedom. From the 1990s, it was supposed to get freer.
Yeah.
Not less free.
And then it turned around, became less free. And people are willing to tolerate it. They're not moving to New Hampshire.
Yeah, people are willing to put up with the Muslims.
So what this tells me is that if we ever do go to another planet, like the one 12 light years away, that's going to be a very special breed of humans. Those are explorers, right? They want the excitement. And there are not going to be very many of them, unless there's extreme oppression here on Earth. But if we're able to solve some basic economic realities here, that basically everyone can have internet access and enough food, then there's no reason to ever leave your basement, right?
Right.
So that's I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot of people leaving the earth through the internet into video games, but not in reality.
Yeah, I think we definitely see that. There are definitely video games that if they don't take you off the earth, some of them literally do. You play space games, but people just check out a reality.
Yeah.
There's a lot of video games are really, really everywhere today. It's really gotten a little bit out of control. Now, is that because people have a need to do something urgent and meaningful, and video games are the best proxy we have of that?
Well, I think it's like with lawyers. If there's too much of it, then it's a sign that something is very, very bad. Like lawyers are needed, right? But if lawyers are the most well paid and it's the most prevalent profession out there, that then it's a sign that you're living in a sick society. And video games are the same. Like video games are great, but if everyone is playing video games all the time, something is wrong, right?
Yeah. There was a Star Trek Next Generation episode about this. They went to some star system and everybody was put on these goggles, and they would play these games, and everybody was hypnotized by these games. And at first the Picard and his crew were trying the games, and then they realized, oh no, there's something wrong here, and they had to solve the problem and fix the universe.
Yeah, that's right. Probably an early Matrix version where they were like sucked into a bad parasitic thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't quite remember that, but so the video games, the fact that everyone is playing them all the time and everyone is Facebooking, and like none of the rich kids do that. Like Zuckerberg, he puts a tape on his camera on the laptop, and he doesn't use Facebook, and he doesn't allow his kids to do that. And he doesn't allow his kids to play on video games or just play. And this is typical of the elite. They keep their kids away from this stuff. And, you can say that's a conspiracy, or it's just another possibility is that the most responsible parents, those who have dealt with the most basic issues in life, they know how to do things better than other people on average. And so they have learned that they should not pollute the minds of kids by using video games as like a babysitter.
Well, I suspect also he knows how those video games are made and why they're made the way they are. And
they're addictive tools. Right?
Yeah, and he knows that handing his kids an addiction tool that's been specifically designed by engineers to addict you is not good for his kids.
That's right.
I'll tell you what, I've noticed with my daughter that if the power goes off for an afternoon, or if the internet, we were changing internet providers once, and for 2 days we didn't have internet, and she was going around the house, she was building stuff, she had scissors and cardboard and tape, and she was stapling stuff together, and she was making little, actually acting in the real world. And then as soon as the internet comes back on, bam, back to her bed, sitting on her bed with her tablet.
Yeah, I don't think that's healthy at all. Now, I'm not going to criticize your parenting here, but if you're taking some advice from Mark Zuckerberg, you may actually have to reconsider how much time she spends on those things.
Oh, she gets them taken away. I mean, she gets time off of them. For one thing, she can't play on them. Not until 8 o'clock on the weekends and stuff. If her cousins are over, none of them are allowed to touch electronic devices. They have to play outside or with toys. So, yeah, there's definitely a line drawn.
2 thumbs up from me. Not that I'm an expert on parenting, but I approve.
And she doesn't even complain all the time. Sometimes she's a little upset, but a lot of the time she's like, "Yay! I get to put my tablet down and do something fun and exciting." So she recognizes the difference between being bored on a tablet all day and the power going off, and you have to find something actually fun to do, and you go play with your cats and your dolls or whatever.
Have do you know this guy, Mr. Plinkett? The extremely wonderful Star Wars Episode 1 review?
No.
Mr. You should see that.
Mr. Plinkett, Star Wars review?
Star Wars Episode 1. And it's like it lasts for 2 hours. Don't look at it now, but it's like, that is the most brilliant review of a movie you'll ever see. It's wonderful, and he breaks down Star Wars in a fantastic way, and it's you'll love it.
Is it Star Wars: The Last Plinkett Review or Mr.
No. He has many Star Wars reviews for every episode, so you have to start with Episode 1 because that's the best one. Star Wars Episode 1.
Right.
And when I say Episode 1, I mean this the Jar Jar Binks thing, you know. Literally the title of the movie was Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, I think.
All right. I'll have to find Mr. Plinkett's channel because it's not giving me.
He's called Red something. I forget his name.
What's his YouTube handle? Red Letter Media?
Red Letter Media.
Star Wars: The Phantom Menace review. Star Wars.
I think that's the one.
Mr. Plinkett Star Wars Episode 1 review, no bad parts.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one.
Now, why am I going to watch that? What's this about?
Well, first of all, it's just an enormous. If you like Star Wars, this is an enormously brilliant review of Star Wars Episode 1, and it's actually he has a wonderful understanding of movies in general. So he's just a wonderful at breaking down narratives and stories. But the reason I thought of him in this regard is that he says he keeps on saying something. He has this way of saying something. He says, "You might not have noticed, but your brain did." And so what he means, of course, is that you unconsciously pick up on things. And I'm trying to emulate the way he's speaking. He sounds like a moron because he's playing a moron, which makes it funny. And he says this, you might not have picked up on it. You might have not have noticed, but your brain did. And what he means by that is that when you're watching a movie, you might not know why you don't like it, but you notice that something is wrong, right? And I've noticed this. I've done I remember that every time I'm sitting too long in front of a PC, if I'm watching YouTube, the YouTube videos might be interesting, or if I'm playing a game or something like that, it might be fun. But it's like I have this nagging feeling that there's maybe it's fun, but it's somehow boring. I don't know. There's something I can't put my finger on. And then I remember, I've been sitting in the same chair for 2 hours. And I didn't notice, but my brain did. Right?
Right.
And so people who are sitting in front of the screen, they're getting entertained. And they don't notice that they're sitting in front of the screen. But their brain notices. And it tells them something is wrong. Earth calling. You're sitting in a chair, and so that's why I try very often to break up my YouTube sessions, or when I'm trying not to sit in front of the computer all the time. I go for walks. I try to do other things. I live in the real world, even though it's not like I'm not sitting in my basement watching YouTube all the time, but I like watching various like politics and all of this in YouTube. But I know that I need to break up that pattern in order to stay healthy mentally. Because I see what happened to people who live on YouTube or live inside of a computer game. It's not healthy. So just using your physical body to walk, just an exercise or being outside looking at things, even if you're just going around thinking, you're not listening to podcasts or anything like that, you're just thinking, you feel refreshed in a different way than you would if you were sitting in a chair thinking.
I like to drive, when I'm in the car, I like to drive with the radio off in silence. Just to get a break, you know?
I liked to listen to the radio before, but after a while I got a habit that I just wanted to sit and think and meditate, and I liked being, I didn't like listening to the news, but I had it on. But then they changed the radio system in Norway, just an like insane bureaucrat idea. So the FM radio doesn't work anymore. I have to change it to a digital radio system now if I want it to work.
Wow.
It's completely stupid. But so I said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to pay lots of money just to upgrade my car so I can listen to the radio. So now I don't listen to anything in the radio because I don't have a radio anymore,
wow.
A working radio. But I'm not missing it. Yeah. I really enjoy that. Before sometimes I'm tempted to turn on the radio. Oh, there's nothing on. I forgot. but it's nice. I get to live in the real world.
Yeah, I like it, and I like being able to drive along and not worry about if I'm bored with this song and should I change the song and oh no, a commercial and just don't worry about it. Just turn the damn thing off.
So as a consequence of that, I listen to much less music than I used to.
Wow, interesting. Just because the influence of your car, being in the car and having the radio exposed you to music, and then you were familiar with it, and then you listen to it more and stuff, and you're just away from that now, that sort of thing?
Yeah. I do listen to music. It's not like I'm an eremite or something like that, a hermit. But it's just like now it's more of a conscious choice. Now I want to listen to music, and I enjoy it. But it's like I'm not just using it as some sort of background noise.
Yeah, I used to listen to music more. I listen to it less now that I don't drink, I find. And it used to be towards the end of the evening when I was getting pretty drunk and I was just a few more beers and I'll be going to bed. Then I would switch over to music from lectures and stuff and just have whatever country music, usually old sad, old time 1950s and 60s country. But when I don't drink, I don't need it as much. I wonder what it is. You call it a background noise. I think people just have music as a background. They don't even care if they like the music or if they're listening to it. It's just noise to them.
I know what it is. It's it's disturbance. It's to take away their consciousness, awareness from something. They don't know what, but I know what it is. If people are always listening to music in the background, they're trying to push out some thoughts, some feeling from their minds. It's people who drink all the time. Like everyone has a little glass every now and then, unless you're completely like Donald Trump, never touch alcohol. But like, it's okay. Like everyone has a little drink in them. But if you drink all the time, that's a sign that you're trying to drown out something that you don't want to come into your brain, right?
Definitely, I can vouch for that because I used to drink pretty well. I mean, I had my rules, like I wouldn't drink before 8 p.m. or 6 p.m. or whatever, but I did drink pretty regularly. And I said to myself almost every time I started, almost every night, I'd get my six-pack there, I'd get ready, I'd say, fuck the world.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, like if I could go out and talk to people and deal with people and they weren't fucking insane collectivists, then I would be more active. There would be some project I'd be involved in. There'd be something I was urgently trying to do. But because the world is the way it is, fuck them. Then they're going to have to do it without me. They'll just have to figure it out. I told them the universities are fucked, and they wouldn't listen to me, so now I'm just going to sit here and drink.
Yeah. Now, and of course, that's what we basically call zoning out, right? And so listening to the music in the background, that is a form of zoning out. But people don't understand that they are zoning out and what they're zoning out from.
Yeah, Jewel.
But their brain knows.
Their brain knows. Jewel she said, I have to be around people and I have to have noise constantly or else the demons come out.
Yep, that's the one. That's right. That's it. And this is also why you have people who always want to be told that they are pretty. Like actors are often like that. They have to have constant reassurance.
Yeah. These people, this personality type that has to be at the center of attention all the time. There's a name that I could mention, I won't, but he's famous right now. He's a famous objectivist, and he has to be the center of attention. And I just won't mention his name.
It's okay. We don't need names.
Yeah.
Anonymous. Yes, that's it. But this idea here of blocking out the world through video games, through Facebook, through YouTube, through drinking, through music. What are we trying to block out? It's a meaning crisis, right? Life is too easy and at the same time oppressive.
You're trying to block out the fact that you can't really do anything about all this shit anyway, so why let it bombard you?
Now, many people on the left have a name for that. It's like you're on the treadmill, the rat race. And to some extent, that's true, although they use it to denigrate all forms of work because they're lazy, right? But there is something to that there's some people who have designed the world for you. This is what you are allowed to do inside this little box, and we give this treadmill that you have to keep you occupied. So that's it. But people are smarter than mice or rats. So they sort of get that there's something wrong. And so they try to drown it out with music, with movies, TV, and so forth. Now, the strange thing is, I think that Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan, Sam Harris, all these long YouTube format videos is a transition out of watching. People are still glued to the screen, right? They're still listening to things. They're still watching something on the tube.
Yeah, some percent of them are waking up, though.
Yeah. So, but the point is that the thing they're watching is making them aware that there's something going on.
Their brain is noticing.
Yes, and it's coming up, bubbling up into their awareness. So their mind is now also starting to notice, and yes, they're still stuck to the screen. Yes, they're still listening to things, but now it's actually a part of a process of waking up. It's like having the slumbering right before you wake up. You have this almost half sleep state. You just want to lie there a little bit longer because it's so comfortable in bed. People are still watching YouTube because it's so comfortable, but they're waking up. And that's what I think that is. And so what happens is many of the people who do watch Jordan Peterson or Joe Rogan or whatever, the people who do wake up go out into the world and start doing things.
Now, I want to mention the music scene. You mentioned Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan, but I think that that's just the intellectual scene. It's happening more than that. I actually have to step away to the bathroom real quick. Can we take a quick bathroom break and then we'll finish this?
Let's do that.
Okay. And the viewer can also go and refill your beverage or whatever. Okay. I want to mention Sir Mashalot, and then I'll go to Billie Eilish, but Sir Mashalot. Did you hear about this 6 country songs that this guy laid them over each other in a YouTube video? And there are these 6 different songs in the top 40 that have identical guitar solos, for example. Have you heard about that?
No, I've heard a lot of like mashups similar to that. But are you talking about the country mashup now?
Well, it wasn't just country songs. It was like 2 or 3 country songs, and then a couple that were in the top 40 R&B type thing.
Do you remember what can I search for in YouTube?
Yeah, let me look it up here. I'll probably be able to find it pretty quick. Country song, 6 country song mashup, probably. 6 song mashup. Maybe that's gonna do it.
Yeah, 6 country song mashup. Because I did hear Sir Mashalot. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
6 song country mashup.
Now that was it wasn't a surprise to me. It's like that music did sound really formulaic. It's like every artist after artist after artist, song after song, all have the same fucking sound, the same sound. And then watching that video, I said, oh my God, so it's the reason that it's that way is because they're making all the sounds on the same computer in one guy's office in Nashville. So, and they're somebody did a guitar solo, and they use it in 6 different songs. You can't even get your own guitarist for your band. So, that's upsetting people. And now, just when we thought that auto-tune and Ariana Grande and Kim Kardashian, just when we thought we couldn't stand them for one more second, along comes Billie Eilish. And Sir Mashalot and Billie Eilish seem to be the same project to me, questioning this monotonous garbage monotony. So, if you haven't heard of Billie Eilish, I can only vouch for her song "Bad Guy" at this point.
In Brazil,
I don't
when we
know
take a vacation,
the
meet friends.
whole genre. I don't know. She actually despises genres. But anyways, so I see Jordan Peterson being the intellectual version of breaking out of this suffocating collectivism. And I see it happening in the music sphere, too. I can recommend Corb Lund and Carl Hayes as a couple of good musicians if you like country, but you can't stand this modern garbage that passes for country now. And Billie Eilish. All right, there we go. I rest my case on the music scene.
Yeah, that's a great summary of what's going on, I think, because it has many names. One of the version of it is it comes under the heading of globalism, and by that I mean the standardization of everything. It's called McDonaldization.
Yeah.
So, like when people use the term globalism here, is that everything is sexless. In fact, this is in architecture. They've stopped using this now in Norway, but a few years back, when people wanted to say that something was boring and had no identity at all, everything looked the same, they said that it was genderless or sexless. It had no gender. It had no specificity to it. It had no style. So and now you can't say that today because that's offensive, right? What they're using as an example is that you can use a mashup with music, but you can do a mashup with cities. Show a picture of cities. Which city are you in?
Right. And you should be able to tell. You'd ought to be able to tell.
But so-called modernistic architecture, modern architecture, is so that everything looks identical. If you don't know if you are in Brussels or you are in Tokyo.
Yeah, Douglas Murray was recently talking about this with somebody, I can't remember who, and he said he went to some airport which used to be its own thing, and you knew when you were in that airport. And now they've rebuilt it, and you have no idea whether you're in Tokyo or where you are. You have no idea. It's global, anonymous architecture. The Soviet Union was filled with this, and to this day they've got buildings there that are big and grand, but falling apart 50 years later, and that was not the future. Anonymous, genderless architecture was not the future.
Yeah, and I've seen now this happen. I traveled a bit to Asia, and I was absolutely gobsmacked at how beautiful Asian architecture was, compared to the West. And when I say beautiful, I mean dazzling. They like lights. Everything has lots of light. I mean, this is what we would call tacky.
I was going to say gaudy, yeah.
In the West, but they love their lights. And of course, some of it has been toned down, but even today, if you go to Singapore, they have architecture there where they're using light as design elements to stand out. So you can actually tell that you are in Singapore, despite the fact that it's heavily influenced by modern architecture, and despite the fact that Chinese cultures tend to copy, right? So here you have the copy hub of the world, and it has its own style. It's quite weird, actually.
Interesting.
I remember that when I first came to airports in the East, like Singapore, beautiful airport, absolutely stunningly beautiful airport. I remember, this is not a long time ago, I started in Singapore, traveled to Europe, and when I landed in Europe, it was like coming to a garbage dump. And it just looked awful, worn down like Soviet Union. Now everyone is upgrading their airports everywhere, also in Europe. They've sort of figured out that, okay, we can't just let the Asians have their way like that. But what's happened now is the McDonaldization of airports. So every single airport now that's being rebuilt looks like a what do they call a shopping mall?
Yeah.
A tax-free zone.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can't tell if I land in Texas or Chicago or Cleveland on my layover flight, I can't tell the difference. I have to look out the window or something, they all look the same. All the airports look the same now. And every downtown, every American strip mall, you go out in the suburbs and there's a Outback Steakhouse and a Home Depot and a Walmart, and you can't tell the difference. You can't tell what city or what state you're in. You have no idea. You're in California or the suburbs in Connecticut. You have no idea.
Now, so this was originally something that people on the left were criticizing. Now, notice that artists tend to have a need for variety. They're more creative and therefore are more sensitive to things repeating and being monotonous. You are a painter, so you should have this part of this artistic itch for variation. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So artists who tend to be on the left, they were the first to put this into words. That they were criticizing urban sprawl and suburbia. It became like a negative term. Everything looks the same. Now, what they don't understand, of course, is that they were criticizing capitalism for this, obviously, because they were on the left. Now, what they partially don't understand is that one of the defining features of conservatives is that they are boring. They like monotony. They don't need to have a lot of variety. That's why you can play the same song to them over and over again, and they don't get bored.
And that's why they like a bank with Roman pillars.
Yeah, that's also true. But when I'm talking about now generally the idea of it's like you remember in one of our earlier conversations I talked about my theory that conservatives are like autists, whereas the people who are progressive tend to be more open-minded.
Yeah.
Which is leaning towards psychosis. And autism. What the thing that is about autism is that they are not able to generalize. They see one thing, and if you just put a little mark on it, it's a completely different thing. So that's why autists and conservatives are not able to be racist. If you have a black guy and you put a red hat on the black guy, he's a completely different guy. They don't understand that he's black. Whereas someone on the left, they can't see the red hat. They only see a black guy. They can't see any individual. They're all the same. So that's why they're so extremely concerned with race. For them, there's no such thing as an individual. You're only your group. They can only see in generalities. Now, of course, that's the same process that's behind being bored by things that are similar. People who are leaning towards bordered minds are, like the autists, less sensitive to monotony. So this is really the reason why you can play the same song over and over again. You just make a little change that you think is trivial, but to the ordinary border-minded person, that's perfectly fine. That now it's a new song. He said hee-haw, he said ha-ho. Right, and now it's a different song. It's the same chords, same sound, but it's a different sound. It's a red hat instead of a blue hat. So that in part explains why so many people are not sensitive to monotony, where they actually can have a lot of it. The problem is that at some point, a large portion of society is, if you have too much monotony, too much oppressive monotony, too much order, that comes not from it doesn't come from capitalism, but it comes from streamlining. In the EU, we have an extreme bureaucracy. And even though Norway is not a member of the EU, we have to enact all the EU rules as part of our agreement with the EU. And so everything is about standardization. Everything is about standardization. So, for instance, the farmer can't make a cucumber that has a curvature that is greater than a certain angle.
Right.
That's an actual regulation. So now the farmer sees a cucumber that is curved more like this, then say we have to throw it away. So therefore the price of cucumbers go up. But as a consequence of that, all cucumbers now look the same.
Great.
And all houses look the same. All cars look the same because they are all regulated by the same bureaucrats.
Now, I want to draw a parallel with the bananas, because bananas are a monoculture and they are spread all over the world. And now, once we get, or let's just draw the parallel with the music industry, once Ariana Grande and her Kim Kardashian, once those are the only two singers that you hear, and once the banana is the only banana on Earth, then they are ripe for invasion by some bacteria or virus or something. Absolutely ripe. Absolutely.
And this is what we're seeing. Like, so you can think of like in a society where people are experiencing a meaning crisis, they're ripe for invasion by new ideas.
And not only are they ripe, but like every single individual in the society is primed and ripe. When you get when you get everybody thinking in the same way and experiencing the same thing, that builds up and up and up, and then you're primed for a big change. You can't have that much similarity. It's not
Progressivism. That's the banana disease, right?
Yeah. Get everybody to be the same.
No, what I mean is that progressivism is like one of these viruses that attacks the monoculture. We've all become the same, and now we're all ripe to be destroyed by progressivism because they offer something new. They offer the Joker-like destruction of reality.
But they're the ones that cause the sameness.
They are.
So they round us up and put us in corrals, and then they say, naughty you, why are you grouping up together like that? And then they start killing us for getting together in groups, even though they're the ones that put us in the groups.
That's right, but no one has accused them of ever being constructive or logical.
Right.
Right. So this monotony is being blamed on capitalism. So first they create all the problems, and then they blame the people who created the problems, blame it on the victims.
Yeah. Now, capitalism wouldn't lead to monotony. That is...
It can lead to monotony, and it leads to monotony in some areas. We do want to have mass production, right? That's a good thing.
But it's bureaucrats that put in all of the monotony that we see. Capitalism leads to things like the Empire State Building, which is very different from the buildings around it.
That's true, but it also leads to mass production because it's the cheapest. Right?
True, yeah.
So Standard Oil grew under capitalism, and it literally called itself Standard Oil.
Yeah.
But by standardizing oil.
But people wanted that. They wanted to go buy Standard Oil. They wanted Standard Oil. They wanted oil that was the standard.
Yes, because they didn't want variation in the quality. They want to have stable, high quality of like this. And so mass production in itself is not a bad thing. And we do want to have economies of scale, take advantage of that.
And let's also say monotony itself is not particularly bad in itself. Like we go to bed every night, we eat 3 meals a day. You know, we always take a shower. There's some monotony.
Yes, there is. So we can't say that all monotony is bad, but the thing is, with what happens is that if you get too much monotony in your life, and everything becomes monotonized and standardized, it's not like. It's no longer now that you're taking advantage of mass production for getting cheap food. It's that all the food tastes the same. It's always the same. Everything is the same on TV. Everything is the same on the radio. Everything is the same.
All the books are the same. It's all Marxism. Yeah. No matter what field you study, it's Marx.
And the same formulas are used to make movies. There's no indie movies anymore.
Yeah. And now, so we might feel slightly suffocated and say, how can this be the future? This is terrible. Or we can look at it and say, okay, it's ripe for a change. This has got to change now because it's just too built up behind this dam. There's going to be a crack in the dam.
Notice that YouTube was that crack originally because people just stopped watching TV. The young don't watch TV anymore.
Yeah.
If you're under 30 today, you don't watch TV. And I'm approaching 50. When was the last time I turned on a TV? I think that's like a year ago, something like that. Like I might watch TV if it's something that's on, like my parents pass it on. It happens that I'm watching. I personally never initiate that, and often I'm just bored and I go and do something on the internet instead.
Yeah, I have to admit I don't have well, my daughter has a TV in her room, but I don't have a TV in the house besides her personal TV in her room, and she doesn't watch it very much. She only and it has access to the internet. You'd think she'd watch it for that reason, but she watches her tablet or her phone because she can carry it with her wherever she goes, and
yeah.
So the TV is really dying. as a thing. So and everyone was kind of worried about sitting around watching the boob tube, watching the squawk box, and it was destroying our culture and everything. And now that's not a problem; it's disappeared. But we've got a handheld TV now. But
and people are getting like neck problems and problems with their hands. They get the iPhone hand.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I've heard some things about that.
So these problems are okay. It's okay that new problems arise, but like the fact that when YouTube came on the scene, basically just destroyed TV. It shows exactly what we're talking about here. That the monotonous culture was too much.
Yeah,
it had gone too far, and I wouldn't blame capitalism for it because YouTube was capitalism, right?
yeah. No, before it was the bureaucrats saying TV stations, they set up TV stations, and before you had 3 news anchors on every night, each one of which got 20 million viewers. Now you have 20 million news anchors on, each of which gets 3 or 5 viewers.
Yeah. And now we're starting to partially solve the payment issue also with Patreon and all of these things, right?
Right.
So that people can actually have income. And if you look at people like Tim Pool, like a center-left journalist, one person, he has like a million subscribers. He has higher viewer numbers than CNN.
Right. Some
one
individual.
Person.
Yeah. Which is, I heard this point made recently. They said that people don't trust slick produced videos. People only trust Kathy down the street.
Yeah, because they know that it's all fake news now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But they'll believe something they hear from some, like people are watching you and us and they're taking us seriously, but they turn on CNN and they just roll their eyes and wave their hand. But they're taking us seriously, though.
They want a rough truth rather than a slick lie, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they want some truth rather than lies, yeah.
That's true. And that's... So I think there's a hunger in society for truth, for honesty, for variation, like not being put inside of a box that this is what you have to do. So, for instance, now you have to praise gays. Yeah. There's no, like, you're not really a human being unless you think that every child should be born to gay parents.
Yeah.
That's the only acceptable view today. And you have all these woke rules for controlling people's lives. That's part of this bureaucracy. And the strange part of it is that it comes from left meaninglessness, the meaning crisis on the left. What happens if someone who is leaning left loses his meaning in life? Well, he becomes Stalin, right? He wants to control other people because he feels that that's his inkling in life. He's leaning in the direction of wanting to have control. So he finds something to crusade about, and naturally then starts controlling other people's lives. But ironically, that leads to even more boxed-in rules and more monotony.
Now, I was wondering where... the left is going pretty crazy with this equality and gender neutrality, and you can't talk about male and female roles anymore. And I was wondering where this is going to go, how far it's going to go, because it's heading away from reality. So at some point, it's got to ricochet back towards reality. And so I want to bring back up Billie Eilish, who I've mentioned. She's a brand new singer on the scene, and she's saying things like she wants the guy to take control, and then she says, even if you know that you don't own me, I'll let you play the role, I'll be your animal. And that's returning to the oldest gender roles in human history, which is the man is the aggressor and the woman accepts the man. And and that is huge hit music. You can't say that, of course, that's politically incorrect, but she's the biggest thing on the scene now, and they can't stop her. So gender roles are going to come back. Like, these kids don't know any other way to look at it. And they haven't been indoctrinated by Marxism. So there's this new generation coming up that just doesn't, all this garbage that we've been saddled with for the last 20 years, they've never heard of it. And the schools aren't teaching anything anyway anymore, so they're just going to reinvent these things. They're just going to reinvent them. And Billie Eilish is gender roles reinvented, not forgotten, not moved past, bringing them back strong. And she says, I'm the bad guy. I'll seduce your dad. That's not...
Yeah.
That's not a politically correct. That's not leftism. That's not empowerment of women going around and seducing men. We're supposed to kill the men.
Well, Bill Will, I know that you have had a little beef with him a little earlier, but he has some good points on when it comes to the culture war. He says that he believes that the culture war is going to be fought in video games or in the popular culture, not in the political scene. And Billie Eilish seems to be one element of that. That's where all the movement is going. It's happening in the culture, not in politics.
Yeah.
Because in politics, you're not allowed to have all these opinions, but you can have them still when it comes to what the music you like.
Yeah, no, rock and roll did something very, very powerful in Soviet Russia when rock and roll was invented in the West. It broke the monotony in the West too, but in Soviet Russia, it was very, very important to the people in Soviet Russia who could get hold of a rock and roll record or whatever.
Yeah.
And there was this guy. Do you know about the guy who would take old X-rays and he would record on those, and so people would bring their medical X-rays to him, and he would record a record of rock and roll on it for them. So people were listening to rock and roll literally on pictures of their bones.
That is freaking cool. That's pretty inventive. That's when people when oppression gnaws at their bones. They will use pictures of their bones to overcome that.
To play music on, yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing thing. You can't stop the human spirit, and music's part of that.
Now think about China. China is one of the most oppressive places on planet Earth, even by Chinese standards. Like the Chinese have been oppressed for so many thousands of years, so it's sort of like it's part of their breeding now almost. It's weird, but they have their ways of trying to escape this. And basketball, ironically now, it's been big in the news because the Chinese Communist Party banned the basketball league there. Then, yeah.
Yeah, where's that going to end up? That's so hilarious. The NBA is so woke.
But here's my point. Like I was like, wait, what? At the NBA in China? Like, is that a thing? And I looked it up, and turns out like basketball is huge in China. Like really huge. Like everyone watches basketball.
Now, what's going on with that phenomenon? Is it the individualism of America that they're trying to get a piece of?
Yes, it's like when they showed episodes of Dynasty in the Eastern Europe to show the decadent style of America. Look how decadent they are in America. They showed Dynasty, the soap opera. Yeah, and the people loved it. They wanted to say, hey, they have nice cars.
Right, everybody in America has nice cars.
Yeah, so they loved this Dynasty series, and it backfired completely because they thought people were like going to be those Americans, but they just wanted to be like Americans even more. It's like rock music in the Soviet Union, right? They didn't have a chance to go to start their own business, but they could play music, their own music. They had other ways of expressing their need for freedom, and rock music and the rock scene was part of that.
And baseball is extremely popular in Japan and has been for decades.
And NBA, I think, is the same phenomena in China. It's a way of dreaming their way out of the prison that is the Chinese communist system, right?
Yeah. And it includes heroes, and it includes individualism, and it includes victory. So, yeah.
So like Bill Whittle was talking about, like there was this Western video game that was being criticized recently for being too violent. But he points out that this is conservatism, right? You have, in order to be a conservative, you have to go into video games now, because there you get to drive fast cars, chase women, and play cowboys and Indians. Before you could do that, I remember in my youth, we were playing cowboys and Indians. That was fun. Now you can't do that because now they're so-called Native Americans. And as we talked about earlier, Native American means that they're losers and therefore they have to be elevated. Now, that wasn't my words. That's what's inside the head of the socialists, right?
Yeah.
So, but since people aren't allowed to do that anymore because of the social strictures surrounding the progressive worldview, they're escaping into video games to play cowboys and Indians, right? And there are all these regulations, so you can't drive your cars fast, but you can do that in a video game. You can't own a gun because they have to have all these regulations, blah 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 blah. But you can have guns in video games. So the entire sort of conservative or libertarian freedom movement you will find inside in the video game world. And that's why Bill Whittle is very optimistic about the future, because they are conservatives, they just don't know it. And by conservatives, I mean they're freedom lovers. They just don't know it. And so in the real world, they are feminists and they are woke and they're progressives. But when they get home from school, they can't run fast enough into this conservative world of freedom inside the jukebox.
Or musically or whatever, wherever it is that they go to get their bit of individualism, to get away from the horrific collectivist nightmare they are building.
Yeah. Now, who would have ever thought that just a few years ago, that globalism would be the vehicle of collectivism?
Is it? I mean, I don't know that
the standardization of all cities across the world, all cultures are supposed to be mixed and blended and the same. No country is supposed to have a cultural identity that's national. Everything is just one gray goo.
Well, to what extent are they just hijacking something that's not theirs? Like Soviet Russia.
That's what I mean. Like, if I had told you 30 years ago that globalism would be the instrument of monoculture,
which is globalism means capitalism, free trade, worldwide free trade.
Now, notice we didn't call it globalism, we called it globalization, which is different. Notice that there's a subtle difference in wording, but they mean different things.
Yeah.
A globalized world is something that anyone who loves freedom likes. Like, hey, I want to go to China, I want to go to Japan, I want to go to Nigeria, and I want to be able to go everywhere. Freedom, that's cool. And I don't mind people coming visiting here also. And I don't mind buying things from other places in the world. What's wrong with that? That's globalization, interconnectedness of the world. But globalism, that was, let's build global institutions. The World Trade Organization, the EU, the UN. So you have all these large umbrella organizations now, and you have standardizations, and you have rules for how trade is going to work. And those rules exclude all little people. You can't be a small importer. You have to be able to employ 20 lawyers in order to run an international business.
So global free trade has been replaced by global bureaucracy.
Yes. And who are those? Turns out that all of them have been educated by communists in academia.
100%.
So in other words, what happened is that the Soviet Union fell, but communism didn't fall. The Soviet bureaucrats, the technocrats, what are they called? The Soviet Union had apparatchiks. Yes, they didn't go away. They are now in the EU. They are in Google. They're in Facebook. They are in Washington. They're everywhere, controlling the institutes of the global institutions.
Now
centralization of power.
There is a phenomenon of cows dying and then bloating up and then exploding. And at some point, the internal pressure gets so high that their hide splits open, and goo, disgusting goo, can be thrown dozens of yards. That may be an approximation of what happened with the Soviet Union. It didn't just die. It was a bloating corpse that exploded, and its detritus is flung all over the globe.
And we mustn't forget that the KGB actually did, before the fall of the Soviet Union, they did devise techniques and strategies for destroying the West, for destroying America.
Yeah, they were putting them in place for decades before it fell.
So this happened around the time of Stalin, that they were understanding that we're not going to win the war economically. Communism doesn't work economically compared to capitalism. So how can we win? Notice they didn't say, oh, capitalism is great because it's better. No, they say that's a disaster. Capitalism is better. How can we destroy capitalism? Because we want to have communism, right? So they say, well, if we can't win on when it comes to the economy, maybe we can create cultural decline. Maybe we can get rid of the cultural institutions. Maybe we can cause internal conflict. So they devised a plan. This was a plan that was openly discussed both in China and in up in the hierarchy and in the Soviet Union, which is to say, let's talk to minorities and convince minorities that communists are on their side and that capitalism is equals racism. Now, that was actually originally a KGB strategy for destroying the West through civil war, weakening the West from within. Now, today, they say diversity is our greatest strength, and they use the words designed by communists who want to destroy the West.
Now, they actually paid professors money to teach these things. KGB operatives in the 60s and 70s came to America and paid American university professors to teach material given to them by the KGB. So, just to be clear, that actually happened. That's proven. That's true.
Now, so I'm not saying that this is what's going on right now, but the spirit lives on, so to speak. And I always ask people this, that they say that, oh, multiculturalism is so great and blah, 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 all of these things. And I ask, if it's so great, if it's such a strength, why was this considered the best way by communists to destroy America? Why did they say, this is how we're going to do it? This is how and now they're doing it, but not because the communists are saying so now. It's just that this is a remnant from that era, from the KGB era.
Well, if you want to know whether or not minorities have it good under communism, just go to a communist country and see how they treat the minorities.
People don't know this, but like South Africa, that's where many of KGB's like operatives went to organize the ANC. And Nelson Mandela was part of the communist terrorist organization trying to tear down South Africa. So this was one of their hotspots, South Africa. They say, here is a place where blacks and whites are living together. We can use that to destroy this hub of capitalism in Africa. And they were successful.
They've destroyed it. It's gone.
And what's more is that all this thing about apartheid, the seeds of that were sown by the Soviet Union. And who were the ones who were pushing the idea of racism being bad? It was people on the left. Now, what they don't talk about is the fact that the story of apartheid is much more complicated in South Africa than people want to know. It's that under apartheid, South Africa experienced extreme immigration, mass immigration.
You mean of black people coming in?
Yeah.
Why would they want to move to a country where they are racially considered inferior by law?
Now, isn't that interesting?
In mass numbers, they moved in big numbers.
Mass numbers. In addition to mass immigration from neighboring countries, blacks in South Africa had an extremely high birth rate, not just a birth rate, but survival rate.
Oh, they survived more, yeah.
So one thing is that they were having 6 or 7 kids. That's not uncommon. But now 5 of them were surviving.
So,
why? Why did this happen under apartheid?
Because the country was run by white people.
Well, they were having jobs. They were having improved income. Yeah. And what happened is that South Africa was experiencing a rise in general prosperity for all people. And in the late 1970s, the first blacks were allowed to go to university in South Africa. Now, the whites in South Africa said, we want to give various rights, property rights, increased rights to start business, blah, 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 liberalization also for blacks. But we're not going to give them the right to vote because they're not educated. They need to come up to a certain level before we can allow them to vote. So during all of the 1980s, South Africa was liberalizing, and blacks had enormous freedoms, much more freedom than they had in any other African country. Now, it's a little bit like the Arabs in Israel, which has also been called an apartheid state. Now, of course, there was apartheid in South Africa, but it's a very interesting story. For instance, people don't know that it was the left in South Africa that created apartheid.
When and how?
It was the labor unions.
Really?
Yeah. The white labor unions didn't like that their salaries would come under pressure by competition from black workers.
Of course.
That was the start of apartheid. So the Labour Party was pushing for giving protection to white labor unions.
So the left created these problems, and then the left turned around and said, look at what capitalism has done.
Isn't that amazing? I could never have guessed that the left would do something as rotten as that. Because that has never happened. Yeah. So even the story of, when you start digging into the story of apartheid, it's a lot more complicated. Of course, a lot of bad things happen under apartheid, not denying that. But like, if you compare to what happened under apartheid to what happened under any other regime in Africa, the blacks in Africa were living under infinitely better conditions, apart from perhaps Zimbabwe or Rhodesia, which was also run by whites.
Yeah.
Right?
And see what's happened there. Yeah.
So now in Sierra Leone, I think it was there was a revolution, and then right next door to Sierra Leone is another country that I don't remember the name of, which is more well run. And then if you ask people there, what's the big difference between those two countries? Why, like, just next door, it's much worse in the neighboring country. Then they say this Sierra Leone didn't have the advantage of colonization. We weren't colonized, so we didn't learn these things. No one came here and built up institutions.
So now they're disadvantaged.
Yeah, but notice that this is not whites saying this. This is blacks, right? And other countries in Africa that were decolonized, if you talk to the blacks in these countries, they say, oh, I remember the days when the colonists were. We had work and it was nice. But now it's horrible. And like if you look at in South Africa, you're not allowed to talk about this officially, but if you do a survey of blacks in South Africa, I think half of blacks in South Africa, or more than half of blacks, say that it was better under apartheid than it is now.
Well, of course it was better. I mean, they had order.
But they acknowledge that it's better.
Yeah.
But that's not something that's something you're not allowed to say. And what is the reason you're not allowed to say that? Well, that's also one of the reasons you're not allowed to talk about that is because that is also a very sore point, which is that there's a lot of racial consciousness among blacks in Africa. So there's many people in Africa are saying, those white devils, I know they bring jobs, but they're white. And so this is the reason that they don't like them. In other places, we would call that racism, right? But and this was a lot of the sentiment against white people in Africa was racially based.
Now,
we're not allowed to say that.
How much of Africa's current system, how much of Africa's current thinking goes back to the educational efforts in the 60s and 70s by the Soviets?
Let's just put it this way, that they were ripe fruit to pick in the 1960s. So I don't think that the Soviet Union had as much influence as like building up things from scratch. But it was just like very easy for them to go in there to find people who agreed with them. Because they just had to speak to just an average black racist and say, the reason you are not as rich as the white guys is because of racism. And they were like, yes, those white devils.
Yeah. It made sense to them. The white people are holding them down.
They don't necessarily have to believe that they were even holding them down, but it's like, this is our land, our ancestral lands. This belongs to blacks. Now, notice that I'm not going to wag my finger. I'm not going to do the racist wag of that. I do have a big understanding for people feeling up an identity to a group, to a place where they've lived for a long time. But notice that one of the things that people also don't talk about is that the Bantu tribes in South Africa are not native to South Africa.
Where did they come from?
The Bantu tribes come from originally from probably West Africa, and they were moving south and colonizing everything in their way, killing and slaughtering all the indigenous peoples. And what happened is that the whites came to South Africa just at the same time that the Bantu arrived. So the Bantu was coming from the north, and the whites were coming from the south by sea, and they were able to stop the advance of the Zulu tribes. And the Zulu tribes were in the middle of their typical genocide. So the Pygmies, they are the originals. No, not the Pygmies, sorry. The San people, the Bushmen. They live in the Kalahari Desert now. And they didn't only live there. They lived all over South Africa. But they were killed and slaughtered by the Bantu tribes. Now notice that the Bantu tribes had a IQ advantage over the San people, because as we talked about earlier, the Bantu tribes is like 1 or 2 standard deviations in IQ above the San people. So technologically, it was an easy match for the Bantu to just run over the San people. Now, so anyone who now says that the blacks, they are native because they're black, well, then they are making this racial categorization that all Africans are the same race.
Yeah.
But blacks don't view themselves as just blacks. I mean, the Bantu tribes came and they saw these San people, and then they didn't say, oh, these are our brothers and sisters because they're black, right?
Right.
They say, kill those bastards, right?
The outsiders. Yep.
The outsiders.
Yeah, this anti-racism's specifically a very modern white concept, which nobody else partakes of and no one else is guilty of.
Anyone who listens now may feel that I'm hammering on the blacks here, that they are very racist. That's not my point here. Racism is endemic everywhere, like in every continent, including, like, it was also endemic in Europe. Tribalism, like the Germanic tribes against all the other tribes, blah blah blah. That's fine, no. But the place where individualism took hold and displaced ideas of tribalism to a large extent was precisely Europe. We're the anomaly. Now, some people say that that's racially based, which is ironic. I'm not going to go down that road because there's no evidence for that. But there is evidence that it has something to do with Western culture, most definitely. We're more individualistic. And we can show that in the region of Europe and those civilizations that spread out with roots in ancient Rome and Greece, right, they are more individualistic. And it's such an irony that that individualistic culture that gave rise to skepticism to racial thinking is now being demonized for being racist, and the only group for being demonized for that. I'll bring in one point, the idea of the equalization of redistribution of truth. Now, why would racism only apply to white people?
Because they're rich and powerful.
Because they're least racist.
They're they're the only anti-racist group.
Yes, and like Israel and United States, they are the worst regimes in the world because they're not.
So
because they're the best.
So the left gets together a dossier, hands it to somebody, and gets them to hand it back to them, and it's a Russian that they were dealing with, and then they blow a whistle and say Trump is colluding with the Russians because they just colluded with the Russians.
That's right, and
it's the same thing we see here. They are racist, and so they blow a whistle at the West, which is not racist, and they say racist.
That's right. And you can think of this as a form of a critique, self-critique. The West is the only society in the world that has developed self-critique, and this self-critique has grown to a very large extent out from the Judeo-Christian tradition. Like Jordan Peterson makes the point that Jews in the Old Testament are struck down when they became corrupt. But every single time they're struck down and they lose their land and whatever and put into slavery, it's always their own fault. It's their own corruption that led to their downfall. So this happens 5 or 6 times. And every single time they don't say, oh, it's those darned Romans. No, they say, we did it. It's we were corrupt, and therefore it led to our downfall.
And
Christianity picks up on that.
Yeah, that's the modern thing of the problem is in us.
Yes. Now, there's something incredibly good about that, because that is essentially the technology of conscience. It's like, are we the baddies? This check your premises kind of thing.
Yeah.
Every time it's a form of moral body checking. Did I lock my door? Did I turn off the stove? Did I turn on the alarm? Like you're constantly checking your premises. Are you doing what you're supposed to be doing? That is what conscience is. Am I the baddie? Am I the wrong now? Did the thought that floated up in my consciousness from my unconscious, was that just an evil thought, random thought from some dark corner of my mind? Or was it righteous anger, body checking all the time? That's a good thing. What happens when that goes wrong? Well, then you get this pathological altruism, this not just turning your cheek once, but you're supposed to always sacrifice to everything and everyone, right? And it's also the idea that if something is wrong in the world, it's probably whites.
Because everywhere we look, they've created good stuff, therefore they should be blamed.
Notice here, why does that appeal to decent people who are not crazy leftists? Because it's empowering. It's empowering to take the blame. Because if you are to blame, well, you can do something about it. If you're not to blame, then you're fucked.
So they want to be they want to be to blame for it, and they want to be the heroes who have the cure for it.
Yeah. Now that's the problem with the leftists. They're lazy, and they never look at themselves. So they're willing to look at themselves as a group. So I'm white, and therefore it's okay for me to look at other whites, but never themselves, because they are the good guys. They're the good whites, right? And I'm going to do a lot of work now to save the world, but it's not really me. I'm not the one who's going to do it, but other whites like me. So I'm not really the one taking the blame, but other whites like me. So they're lazy and parasitic, and so they take this idea of conscience and say that I am the conscience of the world, or I'm the conscience of whites. So now those whites there have to do what I say because I'm their conscience.
Amazingly solipsistic.
Narcissistic.
Narcissistic to the maximum.
Yes, because what we think of a narcissist is someone who's just living in his head. These are altruistic narcissists. They are so big in their head that they fill the whole world inside it.
Nice.
That's
metaphor.
how big they are in the head.
Yeah.
So they're not narrow-minded. They are so bloated in their minds. It's mostly filled with air, but it's actually filled with hubris, right? That's how huge they are in their minds. So they think of themselves. They are, in a sense, solipsistic. I am the world, and the world is at my disposal. I get to command the world because this is all me. That's pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, they are. I'm sorry, I got a cat biting my hand here. They are. They are convinced of their own righteousness to the point where they're willing to kill large numbers of people.
Yeah, I think it was Peter Thiel in a conversation with Eric Weinstein, who said that he had a professor in university who told him that the communist movement among academics, among intellectuals, started to wane in 1954 when Stalin died. Not because the killings, because of the killings, but because the killings stopped.
Yeah.
They lost their hero.
And it looked like less was being done now. Now it's stagnation. While the killing goes on, at least maybe progress is being made, and at the end there will be some magnificent thing. But once the killing stops, that's when the music stops. Killing is music for communists.
That's right. So they weren't communists despite of the killings, but because of it. And that's important to understand, that a part of the left, the cancerous left, they think like this.
And when they start, it's going to be a project that it's not just going to be like when it'll be like the French Revolution. When it finally comes to an end, we'll just end it. It won't have produced anything magnificent. And
no, and we think about it when a few dozens armed thugs took over the Duma in the October Revolution or the November Revolution. I don't remember which one. In 1918, was it? Or 1917? Then they were just a dozen Antifa members.
yeah.
That was Antifa, right? What happened when they got control over the levers of society? They murdered 100 million people. Now, are you in any doubt whatsoever that if the group of Antifa now in America, if they ever got to power in America, that they would be any less murderous than Stalin?
Maybe more.
They are Antifa because they get an excuse to be violent.
Yeah. Now, when the Nazis took over France, they had some French people help run the torture chambers. And it's not like those French people were looking to start a world war so they could run torture chambers, but when the Germans came in and offered them a hand to start torture chambers, they did. And one lesbian woman was called the hyena. She was so terrible and tortured people so terribly. She was French.
Yeah, well, it doesn't surprise me. So the left, there are decent people on the left also. I mean, just ordinary centrists.
Now you're stretching the truth a little bit here.
I'm talking about ordinary people who have just culturally absorbed ideas, just like their accent. Like
Right.
it's part of their. If you're born in New York, It's part of your accent to believe in social redistribution of wealth.
Right.
So you can be a decent person even though you believe those things, just because you're not some hellhole-scape Antifa that wants to murder the whole world. You just absorb ideas in your surrounding. Now, those people can be talked to. We can change their minds. But the tiny element of cancer, which makes up the dangerous left, they can never be reasoned with. Because they are not on the left to create a better world. They are the Joker. Have you seen the Joker movie, by the way?
No, have you?
I just saw it.
Oh, yeah? Was it good? Is it worth an objectivist scene?
I think so.
Yeah. I'll have to see it maybe. I mean, it'll be the first movie I've seen in years, but...
No, actually, it's the first movie I've seen in a long time, too. But it was worth it. I understand, first of all, why the left hates that movie.
Why?
Well, it's a leftist movie. It portrays the world from a leftist perspective.
Really?
Yeah.
So why is it so good? I don't get it.
Because until about 3/4 of the movie, you can cheer for the Joker, and you can say that, yeah, he's being oppressed, everything is bad. But from then on, things just turn very dark. Very dark. And if you're inside of a movie, like we've talked, you're thrown out. You're thrown out.
At 3/4 of the way through?
Well, roughly.
It throws you out of the movie, and now...
No, if you're a leftist.
If you're a leftist, oh, okay. Because, okay, why? What happens to the narrative there?
It gets ugly.
So he was oppressed, he was the oppressed victim, and then all of a sudden he is fighting back?
You can say that, but it's I don't want to spoil the movie for you.
Okay.
So I don't want to give spoilers away. But what I can say is that if you are a leftist, at some point in the movie, you're just seeing the raw ugliness of socialism, right?
Oh, okay.
And then you are starting to think, this can't be right, because if this is right, then I'm really ugly, right?
So is this movie written by a leftist who just showed too many cards, or was it written by a rightist who wants to expose the left?
It was written by a New York liberal, a Jew from New York, who became a progressive, typical Hollywood director. So he's a secularist, and probably therefore on the left. Like, if you are secular, you're most likely on the left in New York. Secular Jew, probably therefore liberal, but not so progressive. New York liberal, right? There's Donald Trump is a New York liberal, right?
Yeah.
He just doesn't care about gays and stuff like that. So he's the Hangover movie guy, which is decadent and all of this. And he said, due to this woke culture, it's impossible to make comedy anymore. So I'm just going to try to make something that I'm allowed to express myself in. So he made something that's really harsh, poking, but not from a comedy aspect. And it's an open question whether he actually tried to make a movie that was friendly to the Antifa crowd, but just went overboard, or if he had or if he was just culturally absorbed in the New York mentality and just portraying the world that he automatically, reflexively believed in, or if he had a plan behind it that he wanted to do something more like conservative or right wing. I don't know. It could be that he's just a leftist who thought that he was like the Wall Street movie with the greed. Gordon Gekko. He became like a symbol of capitalism, and he was a hero to many capitalists because he talked about greed. That wasn't the plan. This could be a thing like that, but it could also be that he didn't mean it to be a Antifa friendly, because Antifa is in this movie.
Really?
Yeah, you will immediately say, "Oh, those are Antifa."
Oh, really? But they're not as Antifa. They're just. It is Antifa.
No, it isn't actually Antifa.
Right.
But you will say, "Oh, that's Antifa."
Huh. Interesting.
Let's put it this way. I can give you one spoiler. There's let's call it an accidental murder by this Joker guy, and this becomes portrayed in the news, and because people hate the rich, there were some Wall Street people that are murdered by more or less in self-defense. And then they become inspired by that, and they start taking up the Joker symbol, and they go protesting in the street wearing Joker masks.
And that's Antifa.
That's Antifa. And it's like, there's just no question that you will immediately, oh, that's Antifa.
Wow.
And probably that is what happened to the leftist who saw this. Like, the first thing that went through my mind when I saw that, oh my goodness, all these people wearing clown masks, Antifa, clown world.
Yeah, they're just following the Joker. They're following some Joker.
That's clown world. And if you've thought that thought, and you're on the left, then, well, wait a second, clown world, isn't that the alt-right thing? Oh my goodness, that's but that looks like us, Antifa, but that's clown world, and they're the baddies, and they're alt-right.
Boom! Head explodes. We have to cancel the movie.
The movie is so honest that it holds up a mirror to the left, and what they see is so ugly that they think it's an alt-right distortion of reality. That's why the left hates it.
Interesting.
Because the Joker, he's not political. He just wants to destroy, right?
And that's the left, yeah.
And there are some really nice psychological moments in the movie where he's faced with some ugly truths. And he has a chance there to not evade, face reality. But he chooses to evade. And so that's an important moment in the movie where he chooses to evade. And what he does as part of that evasion, he embraces his role as the Joker. And there's also an important scene where he's planning to go out with a bang, but he doesn't. So he changes his own script. So that's the spoilers I will give to you. It's interesting, and Joaquin Patkin, what is it? I don't know how you pronounce his name. This author,
Joaquin.
I don't remember his last name, but he. Joaquin Phoenix, or is it that? I don't know.
I'm familiar with his first name, Joaquin. I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, he is doing an incredible study, and the movie starts out like any typical leftist movie, where ugliness is beautified. because the filming is absolutely stunning. Like it's dirty, it's ugly, but it's done in an incredibly aesthetic way. You know, typical leftist movie, right? And you're filming in a guy who's insane, the Joker, and so it feels like you're glorifying someone who's insane, and which is also typical leftist. You take the ugly and you glorify it. That's typical leftism, right?
Yeah.
And that's why it feels so at home for leftists in the first half of the movie, because you're pushing all their buttons that got all this ugliness, and I love it because it's a glorification movie until it's not, and then thrown out because. They were so afraid that, this is going to, some incels are going to be inspired by this. If they had stayed on script, been in the narrative and felt the leftist narrative, they would never have said something like that, right? There's never been an ugly movie that the left has produced where they ever said something like that before, that this is going to inspire bad violence. So now when they all of a sudden say that, it means that they've had an epiphany, an experience during the movie, like, oh shit moment. And when they feel that moment, they can't handle that, of course, because they're dishonest and they haven't trained their conscience. They haven't trained their ability to be self-critical. So it has to be someone else's fault. And it's always someone else who's going to do the bad things. They're feeling bad about this movie now. And that has to be because the movie is bad. And it has to be because it's going to inspire some right-wing nut to go crazy, even though most incels are left-wing.
Now, that's right there. I see a place where Christianity can be quite dangerous because they want to blame us and we want to blame ourselves.
Yeah, now this is also one of the reasons that I'm working on helping Christians to reform their faith away from altruism. So I don't want to I want to promote objectivism, but there are a lot of Christians out there that will never be objectivists. That's fine, but there's a good chance that they can stop being altruistic.
Well, if altruism means irrationality, then religion is tied to altruism, philosophically.
Okay, but you can definitely slow that down, just like in ancient Greece, where the gods are not taken seriously, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what you can do is you can set people free to have strip clubs and drink beer if they want. And no one's going to like that because there's going to be stuff going on people don't like. I'm afraid that's all we can do at the end of the day, and there might not be churches left over.
Now, here's a narrative I'm working on right now. I'm saying that Jesus was the Donald Trump of that era. He was like Donald Trump.
All right. He became a megastar.
He was hated by the elites. Absolutely hated by the elites. The snooty elites. Now, why do I say that he's like Donald Trump? Well, he came there to make Israel great again, right? And he was going to drain the swamp, all the corruption in the land, right? So he's going to make a lot of mess. And he was a very good persuader, and he was one of the first figures in history to truly use hyperbole. If your eye tempts you, tear it out. If your hand tempts you, chop it off. Now, did he really mean that literally? That's a typical thing that Donald Trump would say. It's very visual, and it's hyperbole. It's extremely exaggerated. So he wants to you to have an image in your mind, but he doesn't want you to literally tear out your eye. but he wants you to have that image of you tearing your eye out because it's so extreme, right?
Right.
So Donald Trump does that same. I'm a totally stable genius. When he says things like that, and it's biggest crowd ever, best growth in the nation ever, most highest employment ever. So he exaggerates all the time, uses big language, and he uses very visual language all the time. Scott Adams goes through his visual persuasion techniques, wherever he can, he uses visual imagery. And notice all the parables of Jesus are visual. If someone asks for your coat, you should give him your shirt too. If someone strikes your right cheek, turn your left and let him strike that too.
Yeah, he was talking to literal-minded people.
And if someone asks you to walk a mile with them, walk 3 miles.
Yeah. I was just thinking of that one too.
And a rich man has a greater chance, a camel has a greater chance of passing through the eye of a needle than a rich man has for entering the gates of heaven.
Yeah, the eye of the needle was a little gate on the side of walled cities where camels had to kneel down and go through on their knees. So they didn't really mean an eye of a needle, but...
Yeah, well, okay. So if that's true, that's interesting because it means that the camels were able to pass through, but it was just very difficult, right?
Yeah.
So, but notice the hyperbole, exaggeration all the time. And what I'm going to say is that read this as you would read Donald Trump. Take it as directional truth. It has elements of truth to it. So what he says, you see the splinter in your neighbor's eyes, but you fail to see the beam in your own, right? So do you really have a beam in your eye? That's where this consciousness comes in, right? And those who are without sin shall cast the first stone. So very visual imagery. If you understand this in terms of modern persuasion theory, then it's no wonder why Jesus was so successful. He was the Donald Trump of his time. His imagery stuck in time because they were so visually persuasive. Now, what I will say is the following. You have only 2 cheeks. What Jesus meant was just like he doesn't literally want you to rip out your eyes if you're tempted. He means you should be tolerant. And this means that if someone does something wrong to you once, slap your cheek. You should give them the benefit of the doubt. And therefore, you should show them the other cheek, saying, did you really mean that? I have 2 cheeks. So I give you 2 chances. The one cheek was for free, and this other one, that's the last one you'll get. If you strike this one, I'll strike you back.
Yeah, but I never heard him say you'd strike him back.
Now, that's the problem with these hyperbole. A lot of what Donald Trump says is also exaggerated, and he doesn't fill in all the blanks, right? And so I will want to sell this as a good mental map, where he uses the body as a map. You only have 2 cheeks. So literally minded people really did understand this. Back in the day, they did understand it because obviously you only have 2 cheeks. And back in the day, they also understood that turning your other cheek is a form of defilement. You're defying someone. The same is if someone takes your cloak, your cape, if you offer them your shirt, that's an act of defying them.
Yeah, it's kind of weak.
It's weak, but would you say, okay, you took this, do you dare take my shirt as well? Do you have the shame in life to do that? Of course, this is it's just like Gandhi. Gandhi it could only win against the British because only those were the only ones he could shame into behaving decently. So the only reason we know about Gandhi is because that Gandhi was trying to do this towards the British. If he had done this in Russia, no one would hear of Gandhi because he would be torn to a gazillion pieces and written out of history. So, of course, that technique of shaming people assumes that they have shame in life. Now, this is why Jesus is using these extremely exaggerated cases. Turning the other cheek is the idea of trying to get people thrown out of their narrative. Like, it's such a brazenly thing to do that they like, do you dare to do this once more, and appeal to their shame. As you say, it's weak, but at the time people did understand this. I mean, they were very impressed by this, right?
I guess so. I mean, they were impressed by well, I don't know what impressed them about Christianity, except the cohesiveness of the worldview, maybe.
No, but like in the Sermon on the Mount, he talks about that those who are the lowest shall be, those who are last shall become the first, and so forth. So he's clearly talking to the disadvantaged.
And telling them that it'll be all right if they follow him.
Yeah.
It'll be all right in the end. I mean, when I say cohesiveness of the worldview, that fits with what you're saying there, because people just couldn't believe that the world was essentially unjust and terrible.
Yes. That is basically what we've been talking about before what I call rational karma, or the rational universe, where people desperately need to have moral causality, moral efficacy. There has to be a meaning to everything, because if just bad things happen by random, it throws you out of the narrative of a moral, efficacious world.
Yeah. So I think.
So, for instance, when Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by meteorites or a meteor strike, that it makes much more sense if that was punishment, God's punishment.
Yeah. So it must have been a very bad city then to be hit by a meteor.
That's right. So therefore, that explains it, so that it brings meaning to a meaningless event. Now, I'm not saying that's in general a good thing, but you can understand why people are doing that, right? It's a form of life-saving evasion. You're broken inside. Your entire belief in metaphysical belief in the universe is gone, because you're thrown out into utter meaninglessness, and you have to try to save some fraction of meaning, and therefore turn to projecting purpose and meaning onto a meaningless event.
Yeah,
it's God did it, and it's for punishment.
John Kennedy's dad said that religion is for the sick, the weak, and the old. And that might be what you're alluding to there. Because healthy, strong people don't have any need to worry about whether or not the universe is a fair place, because they're busy out earning their dinner.
Now, Jordan Peterson's point is that everyone can be strong at some point in their life, but most people experience weakness and downturns in their lives.
And that's when religion feels good or comforting to them.
Yes. So in other words, by that token, religion isn't really just for a tiny group of people. It's for a much larger group of people, and in terms of appealing to them, I mean.
Yeah, it's for anybody that's sick, weak, or old at any point in their life.
Yes. Which is also why when people turn to religion, right?
Yeah,
when bad things happen.
When your mom and dad die in a car wreck or something, and you fall down on your knees and pray for the first time in 20 years or whatever, yeah, people turn to religion just like that, predictably?
Because they are thrown out of the morally efficacious universe.
And they're trying to make...
They need to have moral efficacy, moral causality.
They're trying to make sense of it, yeah.
That's right.
And it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes you just have to come to the, accept that something happened. Somebody died of a heart attack, and that's that. There's no moral backing to it at all. But religion gives you the moral backing. It lets you say, don't worry about it. He's in a better place, and God works in mysterious ways and whatever, and you just...
It's part of God's plan. I don't understand it, but he's in a better place.
So it makes you feel better. It's the opium of the masses.
I do see that part, definitely. I see the appeal of it, definitely. How did we get into to religion here? Now, it was very interesting how we ended up here, but
we're going to title this afternoon chat. I'm going to have to start numbering these. Chat number one, like Joe Rogan podcast number 700 or whatever.
But maybe you should probably split it up into the first half, and then can you do that?
No, I don't have the ability to split.
Afternoon chat it is. All right, but this people need to have meaning in their lives, and when you take away danger, when you take away challenge the expression of free will, they lose meaning. And for the left, that means wanting to destroy the world. They become the Cain in the Cain and Abel story, or Joker, Antifa. They wanted to smash things. And people who lose a loved one, they don't become like Antifa most of the time. They turn to religion instead. They find God. Now, if you had a choice between people becoming Christians and becoming Antifa, which one would you choose?
If I were convinced that they were, I'm not really convinced they're different.
Now, now I remember why we were talking about that. Like, I want to convince Christians that Jesus is Jesus J. Trump. Right? Donald Jesus Trump. Donald Jesus Trump. That's it.
Nice.
D. Jesus Trump. Because, of course, not literally. I'm using hyperbole here. But he was a real estate man. He didn't come from the capital, Washington, but he came all the way out from Galilee, a town in Galilee, and he was a carpenter, right, in real estate, just like Donald Trump. And he was a man of the people, like just an ordinary guy, not like those high priests in Jerusalem or Washington. So a lot of parallels between them. And now, of course, I don't want to there are some things that don't fit, but that's my point here is not to focus on the things that don't fit, but to make it easier for people to understand. And the thing about there being exaggerations in his message, that is in common. So I think that I think that there is power in this notion of viewing turning the other cheek as a metaphor for giving people exactly one freebie and offering another chance to do bad things. And if they take that chance, you strike back.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I just don't find the strike back part in Christianity anywhere.
Well, you do find it in the Revelations, like where Jesus will punish all those bad people at the end of Judgment Day and all of that, right?
Yeah.
So you do have elements of that. And,
yeah, leave it to God at the end of time to take care of that.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly how to deal with that, because there's some strange stuff in the New Testament as well that I have yet to hear any Christian find a good spin on. One of them is like you should hate your parents. You remember that one?
No,
This is not a typical sermon material.
You're supposed to love and respect them, aren't you? Or respect them anyway. Maybe not love, but you're supposed to respect them. Isn't that one of the 10 Commandments?
No, hate your parents. Ooh. Well, let's see. If anyone comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty insidious.
Now, so that strikes some bad chords, right?
Yeah.
And there are many translations of this. But that's the basic spin on it. And it doesn't sound very good. But here's a place called Jews for Jesus. What? Is that a thing? Jews for Jesus?
Sure.
Okay, whatever. Some claim that Jesus taught his followers to hate their mother and father. If true, that would obviously make Jesus an immoral and unethical teacher, since one of the 10 Commandments is to honor one's parents. Blah, blah, blah.
I thought it was a 10 Commandments.
Yet, understanding the Jewish background to Jesus' teaching sheds an entirely different light on his words. Here are 4 things to keep in mind that show the real meaning. A common Jewish view was that the Messianic era would be preceded by a time of disharmony in family and social relationship. In other words, things were going to get worse before they got better. In his sayings, quoting above, Jesus was announcing the Messianic age and his own messiahship. In so doing, he was quoting from the Old Testament prophet Micah, who spoke of the Messianic age in the following terms. Put no trust in a neighbor, have no confidence in a friend, guard the doors of your mouth from her who lies in your arms. For the son treats the father with contempt, the daughter rises up against her mother, the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies are the men of his own house. So that's like the end days. So now, the reason I just wanted to read that is like, I thought that there wasn't a way to put a good spin on that. It sounded pretty bad. But here, the Jews for Jesus found a way, right? So you can always contextualize things. And Christians are pretty good at that. So you can always drag something out of some place in the Bible that makes things sound a little bit better in modern ears.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And who's satisfied with endless rationalizations, though? So
no, that's not my point. My point here is it's simply that I think that for those who can't make a transition to becoming an atheist, is not merely an atheist but an objectivist. Like, we don't want atheists because they end up as awful human beings most of the time. We want objectivists, right?
Right.
But if they don't end up as an objectivist, a much better alternative than being an atheist, which most likely means an evil communist, is to be an objectivist adjacent Christian.
Well, I am part of a couple of groups on Facebook, Christians for Objectivism or Objectivist Christians, and so these groups exist, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's some weird stuff there. Like I'm. It's not that I'm. This is not a big beef for me. It's not like I want to push Christianity or anything, but I think that Christians need to get away from this pathological altruism of theirs. Now, like we of course, I shouldn't be saying pathological altruism because altruism is pathological.
Yeah, that's a redundancy.
It's redundancy. But for them, I'm just speaking their language. They have misintegrated kindness into self-sacrifice. So that their view of selfishness is that selfishness is incompatible with kindness. You have so any kind of kindness is a sacrifice. That's a bleak view of human nature.
Yeah, it's a collectivist view. It's individuals are a threat and groups are safe.
This actually reminds me of something. I listened to the talk you had with Brian the other day. That was a good talk. And I was thinking, you were talking about spreading ideas about selfishness versus virtues. All this talk about virtues I really like.
Mm-hmm.
So because like Jordan Peterson is talking about virtues, right? And look how much traction he's getting from that. But what I was thinking, I'm always coming back to dim. Remember when I said that Ayn Rand lacked dim, and therefore there was something she wasn't able to put into words? So collectivism has individualism as its opposite.
Yeah.
So that's collectivism is misintegration, individualism is integration. But where's D? I asked that, and we came up with atomism, disintegrated individualism, if you like.
Yeah.
Well, I want to ask the exact same question. With altruism, that's misintegration, integrating kindness into sacrifice, right?
Right.
Selfishness in the traditional version is disintegration. That's D. What's I? Now, what Ayn Rand did is she said, I'll take the D term, selfish, and I'll turn it into I. Right?
Okay, so what are you saying? So what would be the two
We're
sides?
lacking a term.
All right.
There should be three terms.
Okay. What would be the other? So we've got individualism, selfishness.
The thing here,
individualism is this.
Individualism is tied up with collectivism. So those are, and we have atomism. So those make up the dim.
All right, individualism, collectivism, and atomism.
Yes. So individualism is I.
Individualism.
Collectivism is M, and atomism is D.
All right.
So altruism is M, and now it's a little bit fuzzy what should be the terms.
And
I
so
say
you're saying Ayn Rand is too far atomistic?
No, I'm quibbling about the term, the actual word. So she's not too atomistic in her philosophy, but she took a word that was reserved for the D type, which was selfishness. And she didn't, when she secularized that, she didn't actually recognize that there is supposed to be a term for what the altruists call selfish as a derogatory term. There is a derogatory version of selfishness, a bad selfishness, just like there's a bad individualism that's called atomism.
And it's self-destructive. It's self-destructive, but it seems short-sighted and self-serving. Is that what it is?
Yes, and it's narcissistic. So it's tied up with atomism. It doesn't integrate into a wider perspective, right? So it's what we normally would call a narrow-minded person. He's living in a little bubble of himself. Now that's just like atomism, right? That he's living isolated from other little bubbles, and he doesn't see himself as integrated into a larger whole.
All right. Well, now I've got to go get my daughter, but from the bus, so I've got to go. But I want to say that if oh, now I've forgotten my train of thought on that. But we should discuss this maybe selfishness.
Yeah, let's have a separate video on that at a later point.
Let's do
because I don't know which term should be used here, but I know that there should be three terms. One of them is altruism, that's for sure, and then there has to be one representing definitely narcissism. But selfishness might be too far gone and should be fit into the narcissism, and egoism, for instance, should be used for the integrated version.
Well, we'll see. We'll talk about that. I sure like selfish.
I don't know. We'll have to discuss that.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Nice
Let's draw a line here. Thank you, Onar. We'll speak soon.
Later.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. If you appreciate what I do, please go to Patreon and throw me $5 or $10 a month and pay me for my efforts. Thank you.